I know it's from Ultra Kill, but what song is this? Good question. That is Tenebrae Rosso Sangui. Pronounced incorrectly. But that's the song. Damn, it's a good one. Even Bateman kind of jamming to it. How you guys doing this fine evening? I myself am all moved in to the new APT, to the new log cabin wizard tower at the top of a mountain. This one's slightly bigger and nicer. Still have to put up my wards. Well, the other half of them. Guards and wards for the wizard tower. As always. Tour when? I guess I could do a tour. Let me put stuff up on the walls first. Like I said, I got to put up some wards, aka pick tours. Haven't been able to get out to Home Depot, pick me up some finishing nails yet. CD Busta, tier 3, 62 months. Perfect streak. Jesus. How did nitwit like you get so tasteful? Tummy's full. Mind is clear. Wind chime silent. USA is win. 4 times in a row. Who can stop them? Team Liquid. Led by Maximum. The Max Man. I guess we can hot swap over to Walk. Or as the Britbongers call it, Walkies. USA is win is an interesting sentence in these times, yeah. I'm not quite sick of winning yet, but if anyone feels like they are, well, just let me know. I'll write a letter. That being said, who can stop them? Echo. Echo's really fucking good. They're really good. They very, very almost won. Really a coin flip. Really a coin flip. Probably 2 out of the 4. Arguably 3 out of the 4. Were really close. Could have been anyone's game. Happened to have been our game. One of them was not close. And Echo was just actually just kind of sitting around waiting for them to win, and then they did. Artemis 2 splashdown an hour. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Can I look at it? Can we watch it? Can I bring it up on a monitor? I might do it if you remind me. Or I might forget. It's on Twitch. Hey, I'm going to bring it up. I know you posted a link, but for 6 years I've had links just turned off. And I don't remember how I turned them off. So, Twitch NASA. I bet if I just type Twitch NASA. Oh, here we go. What the fuck? The quality is low. What the fuck? Why is the quality so bad? From fucking space. From space. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm seeing, huh? Yeah, we got to see Pink Chan first. 45 minutes in. You know the rules. Maybe half an hour. Yeah, not only is it space, they're going like a gorillion miles an hour. That is also true. Damn, it's nice to see NASA still doing stuff, you know? Yeah, Artemis 2 going to the moon. Farthest humans have been, technically, because it's a little farther than last time. That's cool. NASA doing some cool shit again. That's cool. Pink-haired Japanese woman? Step aside, NASA. Flat Friday is over for me, says incoming backup. But it was good. How was y'all's flats? It was a nice Friday. Did some work. You know, I'm settled into the wizard tower enough so that I'm starting work again. Gotta pay for the wizard tower after all. After I fled the previous wizard tower, they should make magic cool again. I'm sorry, Lord Albrecht. That will never happen. But every once in a while, we will still get a magic set for now. And this one is looking like one of those magic sets. I'm pretty excited for the magic sets because I like magic. Less excited for the oob. But they got to catch their whales, I guess. Sigh. Was the move an upgrade or out of necessity? It was an upgrade, a huge upgrade. But also, well, let me explain it. I guess you can answer that when I explain it. This is a fascinating anecdote. Hold on to your butts. That's a joke. Because it's actually kind of a boring story, but here we are. Here we all are. I moved into the original Wizard Tower, the last place I lived in Madison, 7 years ago. Yeah, hold on. It is riveting. I pre-told it to CJ, so I wouldn't mess it up on stream here. And I wanted the cheapest, shittiest place ever. Because I just wanted a shoebox to live in and didn't care about anything. I'm not going outside anyway, as you well know. I am a hermit. Don't care for the outside world that much, and I interact with it as much as I please, which is not often. And so I got like a $500 apartment. And then every year, the price of that apartment went up hugely. Like $100 a year or more. Such that the $500 apartment that was not improved at all last year was now $1,100. And I'm like, well, I just can't. I can't keep paying this much for the shittiest apartment ever. I don't care how many rent controls you're trying to pass so that all the apartment places jack up their prices so that they don't eat shit during the rent control. Even though they still will, and then either the places just get awful or they keep selling them until they go out of business. One of the two. So yeah, I'm like, if I'm paying $1,100 a month for a shitty apartment, I might as well pay $1,100 a month for a good apartment. You know, with amenities. So that's what I did. And so now I'm paying the same amount for a place that is actually worth that. And it's very nice. So far, pretty happy about it. And the new place. The new place is in the coverage area. The fiber coverage area. We fiber now, boys. To normal people, this doesn't matter too much, probably. But cable has like a 30, maybe 50 megabit upload. But nobody really needs upload, not even gamers. Because the packets that games send are actually fairly small. It's more about ping and how disruptive, if you're losing any bits or something like that, is not really that big of a deal. But for me, a streamer, upload is actually very important. And so 1,000 up? Dude, 1,000 up? I've already jacked up the shit behind the scenes. So the quality can increase for you, hopefully. Oh, we fiber in. We've added fiber to our diet. So now the only thing that'll go wrong with the stream is if Discord fucks up or Twitch fucks up. And when could that possibly happen? Right? But at least my shit fucking up is out of the question because it's a dedicated line. Nobody's sharing it. It just works, right? Twitch does still cap stuff. I think I'm sending it out at 1080p still. I haven't improved it, but I may. I've just improved the bitrate by a lot. I'm uploading at like 8,000 bitrate, which is, I believe, what Twitch caps it at. And I could do more resolution, but seeing how it feels so far. Downloading at 7400. Yeah, so it's 7400, and then that last bit is for audio, and then probably some overhead or something like that. 4K stream when? Technically, I think you have to like ask them, but you can do it. You might have to be more important than me. I am a Twitch partner. It might not look like it, but we got partner leading up to 4th Ed because we thought 4th Ed was going to be really good, and I was going to continue to be very popular and successful. Turns out 4th Ed sucks, but as a partner, I think I can request 4K for an event or something. You want to see the pores on the VTuber avatar? Yeah, the MS Paint over here. You think 1080p is about right for the type of streams these are? Yeah, I don't necessarily need crazy resolution. What am I doing? You know, do you want to see higher resolution on pink-haired girl? I know I do. But we can't get greedy. Who wouldn't? Yeah, symmetric fiber. That was what I was going for. The big double G's. Anyway, that's the story I'm sticking to. It's pretty nice. I had to solve. I solved a lightning fast tech issue right before I went live. I went live 1 minute late. Because this is an even worse anecdote, but I'm telling you anyway, okay? We got to get to the pink girl. I got a capture card on streaming computer, and so I'm sending out a signal from graphics card on main computer into capture card on second computer, which is what you're seeing now, you know, or not now, but that's so you can see the desktop of the main computer. And it wasn't showing it, and I'm like, oh no, I plugged something in wrong. No, I didn't actually. I just forgot to duplicate the display on monitor 1 and 3, and then have monitor 2 be the extendo display. Anyway, I fixed it. Mods, you went live 1 minute late. Get him in the grass. Don't worry about it. I got one mod watching. Everyone's safe. Hacker man, truly. Yeah, I right-clicked on my wallpaper. I went to display settings. Actual hacker man. Advanced technology. Anyway, I'm watching the NASA stream, but you're not. So if it's gonna land, we'll know, and I'll hot swap over, and we'll be prepared. Tonight's stream is Magic the Gathering. I'm gonna go over all the Strixhaven spoilers, which supposedly we are getting the rest of them today? Question mark. And there's 2 sites that I know about that do spoilers, and one site I don't like because it's not dark mode, and they don't list the cards in any sort of fucking order that makes sense. The cards are just strewn about like a messy apartment. And I hate that. But they're the best site because they got the newest shit always. And that's magicspoiler.com. Then there's the much worse site, Mythic Spoiler, which is programmed potentially by Russians. It's kind of fucked up, but it's dark mode, and it allows you to organize the cards in a way that you want, which is amazing. Apparently, it's really hard. Scryfall, Is Scryfall a civilized website? I know the entire backbone of all Magic websites are attached to it like mosquitoes. And when it goes down, every other Magic website goes down. Just kidding. I know it's not civilized. It doesn't have a dark mode option. Barbarians. Holy shit. But they do have a nice spoiler section. So that's good. I could bring that one up too. Then there's MTG Goldfish, says People Comfy. But one of their writers unironically thinks Swords to Plowshares is a bad card, so you don't respect anyone who works on that site. Harsh but fair. Yeah. Harsh but fair. What's the reasoning? Obviously, we're talking about Commander. But I could accept some reasoning. I think it's all wrong, but I accept some explanations for that. You think it's a bad card in all formats? Oh, okay. Well, takes all kinds. And knowing comprehensive rules are dropping, you're curious about how Paradigm works exactly. I don't know. I don't know when. What's the specific question you have about it? Are you wondering why the blue one is so bad? If you copy it, do you get the effect? It seems written in a way to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know if somewhere in the deep recesses of the rules it could potentially allow it somehow. But the way they wrote Paradigm, it's a really awkward read. It's a paragraph and it's written very awkwardly, seemingly to try to make sure Paradigm cannot happen more than once, ever. Whether they succeeded at that, I guess I don't know. I don't see why they were so protective of that. The cards cost like 7, who cares? But I guess, hey, all right. If your opponent is casting it and you just copy it, no, then you haven't cast it. I think on its face that doesn't work. Then again, what does Paradigm say in the reminder text? Then exile this spell after you, quote, first resolve a spell with this name. Now, copies become, if you fork it, it gets the name because that's what a copy does. And there's no intervening if you cast it originally, right? So, I wonder. The Paradigm cards remind you of Epic. You assume that was the intention? For sure it was, yeah. They wanted to make Epic cards that weren't, horrible and not fun. In other words, they wanted to make Epic cards that allowed you to play spells or play Magic for the rest of the game, And so they made a white one that's pretty good but expensive. They made a red one that's pretty good but expensive. They made a green one that's kind of niche but could be decent. They made a black one that is all right. And they made a blue one that's awful. So, very interesting. I'm kind of excited about the red one. Seems like the most fun one, I think, initially to me. To be fair, epic spells had cool interactions. If you spliced it, you get the spliced effect every time. Hey, I remember the Enduring Ideal decks that put Dovescape out and Form of the Dragon and stuff. It was funny. They had some funny effects. I think only Enduring Ideal was ever played in anything of the epic cards that I can recall. You don't particularly care for Strixhaven, but the more Strixhaven we get, the less likely we are able to get a Harry Potter universe beyond, and you'll be thankful for that. Oh, what do you mean across the pond? Why don't you just let people enjoy things? Isn't that what Twitter was yelling at me about when I didn't like UB for 10 years? What's different about Harry Potter? Anyway, I'm just being snide. I apologize. It's just the let people enjoy things is so annoying. it's the worst. It's the worst thing. Anyway, the point of confusion is on casting a copy from exile. You won't have a spell in exile because the copy stops existing. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, maybe it doesn't work at all. Maybe you just get it the first time. Epic was good if you could just give a copy to your opponent. I mean, what's the, reminds me of, what was that combo with, it was like a enchantment for 6 where everybody was forced to copy your spells whether they wanted to or not, and people would just use Pact of the Titan and have them lose on their upkeep. The guy who made that comic made another comic disavowing it. Good, I'm glad he did. And it's not like his fault exactly. That was a prevailing attitude for a while. In the worst heights of the 18s and 20s. Yeah, Hive Mind, that's it. Hive Mind was a funny deck. You actually think the blue one is sick? You really like it in Cornelia Glamour Thief. Basically a ramp 2 and an Archaeomancer every turn. If they're alive, yeah. It feels pretty restrictive. It seems like they were scared of making the blue one good for some reason. Target player so you can swat it. Make a copy of target creature so you can swat it. Has to be a creature you control, and your creatures are probably less good than your opponent's if you're in a blue deck, but who knows. Means it just doesn't do anything if somebody has wrathed recently. Just feels very safe. Also a sorcery. I understand they're all sorceries, but blue chafes when it sees the word sorcery almost more than other colors. Are we going back to school or going back to Strix Haven? They did Clue for Murders at Karlov Manor. Yeah, that's true, they did. You've added the red Paradigm card to the Monocliff because who doesn't love hitting at least a 6-drop off of it every turn? Yeah, I like Improvisation Capstone. I think it's a great card. That's the one to me that's exciting. I guess we'll go over them when we get on to getting on. But that one seems pretty cool. You give an opponent a Phage the Untouchable and they explode. Yeah, the classic Phage the Untouchable 13 mana combo. We'll get there. You proud of them for not just making the green one ramp? That's what everybody said. I'm just like, well, the green one has to be rampant growth every turn, right? And I appreciate that they didn't do that. You know. They decided to go a little less boring. Now, I like ramp, obviously, but rampant growth every turn, that was just sort of like the go-to answer. But they're like, no, 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 it's going to be 5. It's going to be cheap. 2/1 encounters on each creature you control. That's really good in token decks. You know, go wide in token strategies, green, white X, stuff like that. You could potentially play this card and it's all right. Doskoy. If you're in Sultai, ramping that hard certainly isn't impossible. Sure, I mean, if you're in some 3-color ramp deck, I feel like you owe it to everyone to have your win condition be absurdly expensive and niche and stupid. So, I mean, that's fair game. You like the new Phyrexian Arena paradigm? Yeah, speaking of boring. Double Phyrexian Arena. Every turn forever. Costs 5. I don't know how I feel about it. It was kind of weird because recently, past few weeks, like a sine wave every once in a while, every content creator in Magic complains about how bad Phyrexian Arena is. And they're right, it is a bad card. But then Decorum Dissertation comes out. And they all like it. And I'm like, that's interesting. How come? Isn't this kind of the same thing? Doesn't it have all the same problems? You quote-unquote get your money's worth after 2 turns. So maybe that's it. Instead of getting your money's worth in 3 turns, you get it in 2 and then across the line somewhere. Can't remove it for one. Being able to remove it was never anyone's problem with Arena, because you can you can remove Rhystic Study. I mean, you kind of can't, but technically you could. But it's like not worth saying. The reason content creators don't like Phyrexian Arena, and also the reason they're right about it, is because it's a black card that costs 3, and you have to wait for 12 player turns to have passed to have drawn 3 cards with it, and that's a long wait. And I feel that drawing 3 in black for 3 mana is probably the rate. If you're considering a little higher power level, and 3 cards for 4 is probably the rate if you're a little lower power level for black. And so you just have to wait too long to get your shit out of it. You can't spike ahead on the next turn by casting a million things like Garruk's Uprising. You know, if you draw it late, it's bad. You have to wait too long to get your candy. Blah, 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 right? Insert Deathrite Shaman dies to removal meme, yeah. Yeah, maybe the difference is Decorum draws you 2 right now. Even if you probably can't use those cards right now. Maybe you can play a land or something, and that's the difference. Arena gives you nothing until you wait. Decorum at least puts them in your hand for you to look at them as you pass the turn, and maybe that's enough of a difference, perhaps. I don't like how it targets a player, because I'm always... you know those schizophrenic, crazy people with tinfoil on their head think the government is surveilling on them? And they're right, and everyone else like knows that, and they're cool with it, but for some reason it's a problem for these people. That's me with Deflecting Swat. Deflecting Swat is always in my frontal lobe, hovering. So every time I see any card that's good, that says target, like target player draws 3 cards, target player takes an extra turn. Het. No. Niet. No thank you. Not today. Not today, Satan. We play cards that say you in front of the good effect. Now, you could do, like, achievement unlocked and actually kill someone with this. Like the last 2 damage or something, but you can't see it. I'm making a jerk-off noise with my hand. The life loss, it's a May. I suppose it's a May in that you could target... If you're at 2, you can choose to target someone else with it. So like Phyrexian Arena, you have to die. If you're at 1 life, Decorum, you could choose to have someone else draw the cards so that it doesn't kill you. Like that's a thing. Brother, teach me the power. Did I say noise? I meant motion. Strixhaven has always been kind of on a Harry Potter interpretation, but you think this is more technically interesting than the last one? Although you love the Boros faction from OK Strixhaven. Or original, probably, yeah. The whole, like, wizard school thing I was never particularly interested in. I remember when Harry Potter came out, and they're like, oh, Brit Bongers wrote a wizard school thing, and I'm just like, bro, I don't care. I'm not a defender of Harry Potter. Book sucks. But, you know, I understand, like, for a kid of a certain age, if they're going to school, and they're thinking, what if I was going to somewhere exciting instead to learn, like a wizard school? I understand that that's, like, a cool idea. And if anyone's going to do something like that, it fits right into Magic the Gathering, I think. Albeit with a little more whimsy than normal. And if the cards are good, at least it's a fucking Magic set. Oh, you may cast a copy of it. Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were still talking about the target portion of it. Ooh, I like the May. And because it's a May, now you can forget it. And player skill enters back into the equation. If you forget your trigger, spell doesn't work. I liked those days. Now you gotta remember the spells you cast. You have to know the spells you cast. It is main phase rather than upkeep, which I don't like. I wish it were upkeep. Particularly recently, we've been taking a bunch of effects that make the most sense to put in our upkeep, and we've been moving them to the beginning of the first main, and I don't like it. Am I being old? Like, what the fuck is the upkeep even for? Like, this should be upkeep. Sagas should be upkeep. What are we doing? I don't like it. Judge's Tower pick. Paradigms would be a fun Judge's Tower pick. There was a dude walking around with a Judge Tower at Adepticon. He showed up to the Conflux room table one of the days. And he's like, hey, I got a Judge's Tower. Anyone want to play a Judge Tower? I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. Shit was fun. He had a custom one that he built, unsleeved, to let you know. Which I appreciated. Because so many things give you extra upkeeps? Not really. There's that one enchantment, Obeka, Aeon Hub, if I recall, or maybe that has people skip their upkeep. I can't remember. There's not that many. They haven't interacted too much with the upkeep. And even if they have, so a lot of things give extra combats, and we still give plenty of creatures on damage effects. I think SJ and Liquid Vince were playing. Hell yeah. Liquid Vince. Oh, backup players in shambles. Put these back in your upkeep. That's what the upkeep is for. Are we moving in a direction where eventually the upkeep will just be untap? Like you only ever really untap stuff and then you move to draw? We're forgetting our recipes. We're forgetting our upkeeps. Speaking of recipes, I made some banana bread yesterday. Turned out great. Delicious. It's nice having a stove that works, like an oven, you know? Last place, the burners worked, so I could make soup, but the actual oven did not. Oh, this guy's running. Dude, I don't know if I've ever seen that runner before. They need a piece of toast in their mouth. Hell yeah, bro. Dude, banana bread's good. Put little chocolate chips in there. Delish. And you can use bananas that are past their prime for it. Strixhaven is magic. That's the topic of conversation. Yes. Strixhaven is magic. And it's legitimately magic as well, as in it is a in-universe set. It is a Magic the Gathering set. It's not an oob. Obviously, it's inspired by Harry Potter, right? And things like it. In the same way that, you know, the space set was inspired by all sorts of stuff, right? Like Flash Gordon stuff from back in the day and Star Wars, and not really Star Trek very much, but maybe a little bit of it and some other stuff, right? But it's an actual magic set. And those are relatively rare. We get like one of those a year now. And 7 oobs. But Ice Pirates? Dude, I remember Ice Pirates. I remember this movie. Torrents. Didn't it have like a surprisingly good score for how kind of like not great of a movie it was? I bet I watched Ice Pirates and then the next day I rented like Robo Jocks from Blockbuster Video or something. Dude, Ice Pirates. That was so funny because in space, the one thing there's a lot of is ice. Although I guess I only say that because we're in the Goldilocks zone. And the type of ice might be different. Actual water ice might end up being pretty rare. I guess it's deep space, deep stuff. Did I miss Pink Girl, or are we just early? I should have been watching. I can't remember. I think it's about the 40-minute mark, but maybe it's earlier. Oh, and we got 5 new Elder Dragons 2 to talk about. That's going to be nice. Obviously, the review is going to be leaning a little more towards Commander. But I will point stuff out when it makes sense to, I think, for 60 card formats. Even though I don't follow them too much anymore these days. Off topic then, but do you think ice in fast food drinks is theft? No. I also don't think tax is theft either. It's like a kind of like a juvenile statement. I know you're not saying that. You requested no ice at Sonic Online, got ice, not making a scene. Oh, well, if you asked for no ice, then you should have gotten no ice. However, you ordered online, and you're throwing the dice on that one. If you order online, I would be shocked if your order is correct. It's not a company policy to not get you ice. It's just they fucked up. It's just a mistake. The people employed at fast food restaurants aren't paid enough to get anything particularly correct. Like if I go to Taco Bell, I expect my order to be slightly wrong, but also I've factored that in to not caring whether my order is right or not. Although Taco Bell is getting a little pricey nowadays, as are all fast food, so I don't go there very much anymore. The entire point of fast food to me is that it was cheap first, and fast second, and technically food a distant third. And if it's no longer cheap, then go fuck the devil in hell. Discord? Oh, weird. Emma Max, first time chatter. I don't know why my Discord thing didn't pop up. It should. Maybe the robot died. Anyway, I got one of the cool Discords where you can just, where it's got its own name. So it's discord.gg/HeyWoah. And it'll just go there. I believe I have a link below the stream. Thanks for your interest. You found some info in the release documents? Oh, let's see. Once a spell with Paradigm has resolved, it doesn't matter what happens to the card in exile, even if the card leaves exile. The delayed triggered ability will still trigger during each of your main phases, and the copy will still be created. I'm going to get a little, well, actually on you here, Akahe. Because, and this might mean nothing, because it is release documents. It might not mean anything, but a token copy of a spell, as in the type that creates a token copy that you then cast, is not a card, because tokens aren't cards. I don't know if that matters here or not, but they do say card in exile, and a token isn't a card. Which means I still think it's an open question. Maybe? Of course, tax isn't theft. It's not, yeah, it's not Demir. Yeah. Although Orzhov is a little more taxy, if we're going to be honest. Yeah, waiting on comprehensive rules. I know you want to get multiple red paradigms, and so do I. I wait with bated breath to see if fun is allowed. And we shall see. Extort, what a good mechanic. I don't know if that's sarcasm, but I hope it is. Haunt, what a terrible mechanic. Haunt was a cool idea, but it wasn't a good mechanic. I don't really like Extort either, but You don't know that you can never get multiples? I think they tried to write it in a way so that you can't. But I'm not going to be any more specific than that, because who knows? It's why you love Blind Obedience. You're the one casting it. Blind Obedience randomly destroys people. What a tiny little card to cause so much trouble. Paradigm explicitly says after you first resolve a spell with this name. That's correct. The example that they were talking about was you copying an opponent's paradigm. So it would be your copy first resolving with the name of that spell. So now what happens? You know? Henzi BTFO. Can you believe Henzi costs 3? Did you know that? That motherfucker costs 3. It's a good deck, sir. Just spiking your decks with forks and shit. Hey, they gave you a new doubling mage. What's that guy? Dual caster mage? They finally gave a different art for dual caster mage. Custom treatment. Looks good. It's a good card, sir. Finally. They reprinted that card like 27 times, and now at last, it has a cool version in non-foil. Good shit. They did it to, what else was exciting? Vampiric Tutor got a great looking new treatment. Stock Up got a great new treatment. I'm a big Stock Up enjoyer. Like that card. Big fan. Haven't seen all the new versions of all the cards yet. Quite. I wonder if it has it on the spoiler page. It does. Yeah, special guest and mystical archive. It has it. Okay, so we'll look at those. Point out the potent potables. Yeah, the new dual caster mage looks sick. I think I missed Pink Girl. I think she's at like 33 minutes or something. Oh, so sad. I was distracted by NASA. We got 11 minutes until Artemis Splashdown. If anyone's keeping track. They cut to a visual. I'm gonna. Can I put it? Can I just put it here? Hold up. Can I do this? Display capture. Mon 3. Okay. No, I can't. Can't do it. Doesn't work. I tried. I was going to put it in the corner. You've been watching and haven't seen her? I don't recall it being this dark outside, though. I'm getting afraid, chat. Did we miss her? Everybody leaves. Oh, big news, speaking of, as I kill time for the next 7 minutes exactly for NASA touchdown. Diablo II PTR. Warlock nerfs incoming. Shocking no one. Because Warlock was fucking busted. It was so too good. The only thing, I haven't seen all the nerfs or anything. I just heard that we're getting a new PTR in like 4 days, I think. With a bunch of Warlock bug fixes and nerfs. I just wonder if it's going to be a classically Blizzard thing or not. Are we absolutely destroying the Warlock class? Or are we just cutting it down to size and have it still be exciting? Hopefully the latter and not the former, but knowing Blizzard, who knows? Some new changes on the horizon there. I feel like the easy shoe-ins are fixing Echoing Strike bugs, of which there are many. Give it durability like it was supposed to have. Give it attack rating like it was supposed to have. That would probably be enough. If a Echoing Strike Warlock has to care about attack rating and can't use Ethereal everything, it's probably enough. I think there was a bug with the way its enhanced damage was calculated, so fix that too. And then it's still really good, it's just not the best shit ever. If they do anything more than that, I guess we'll see. I just hope it's not dead. I played Echoing Strike Warlock to like 90 or 91, and I don't think I like it that much. It's obviously powerful and it's pretty cool, but I don't know if I enjoy the gameplay too terribly much. It's not really AoE, it's kind of annoying to use the ability and where to target. It's cool, but not like flow state gameplay loop, if you get my meaning. Hopefully we'll see some chaos. Not buffs, but maybe some quality of life a little bit. Chaos is a bit weak at the max levels, or the high levels. Its scaling sort of tapers off. Looking to see that brought up a little bit. Fire is probably right where it should be. Flame Wave is okay, but the delay means it's never going to be like actually great. The big pentagram looks cool, but the delay is too slow, so it's never going to be actually great. But the damage it does is pretty high. It's probably too good to level with, and a little too quality of life annoying at the max level, but strong. So I would expect probably, I don't know, maybe like a Ring of Fire nerf a little bit, just so it's not quite so broken to level with. But then at endgame, I think it's perfectly fine. It's not as good as a Fire Druid. It's not as good as a Sorceress who's Fire, so you can probably just leave it where it is. If Echoing Strike had to care about the things Melee has to care about, then once they fix a bug or two, that probably slap it down to size. I'm hoping to see a summoning buff a little bit, maybe. Let you put hard points in. Like, give me something for putting hard points into the summoning tree. And give me more demons if I put 20 hard points in. Or maybe give me more demons instead of the cap being 3. What if the cap keeps going up? I think with plus skills, you can get like something like 40 to the summoner skill. So let me have 5 or 6 demons, you know? Little goat guys. Hopefully we'll get something like that. And then the thing I'm really actually excited about, because the Warlock nerfs are sort of whatever. You know, I got some Warlocks now. That's cool, but I'm looking for some class balancing updates for those other classes, particularly the classes that are kind of ass. And I'm looking at you, Druid, and I'm looking at you, Barbarian. 27 years, the Barbarian Whirlwind build has been in prison because it was too good for a week. It's time. Let my man free. Make Whirlwind great again. Or rather, not even again, because it was never actually good, but like, make Whirlwind good for the first time again. Hopefully we'll get some Druid and Barb buffs. But now I'm just wish listing. Yeesh. There it is. Behold. Falling to earth. The capsule. Just occurred to me that I hope that chute opens. Otherwise, I'm going to have a lawsuit on my hands. There they are. This pale blue dot, suspended in a sunbeam. The tiny speck, a mote of dust. Every king and tyrant and peasant. I can't remember the whole thing. There it goes. Brace yourselves. Clouds in the background. Oh, angle 2. Second angle. Cruel angle thesis in the background. Hey, that's descending pretty fast. Are we getting a second shoot? Are we getting another shoot here? Let's go. No sooner had I said America. That's more like it. It did feel like it was kind of coming in there, didn't it? A planet of liquid beef and pork. Oh, we're cruising now. Easy. A lilting descent. Although the whole thing is at somewhat of an angle now. I like how they put Twitch chat in emote only mode. So people are just spamming their little dinosaurs. Oh, that's a nice picture. You guys know that PlayStation game where you play as a hot air balloon? And it's actually got a pretty cool soundtrack, but the game is like positively awful. I don't know if it ever came to America. I think this is like a Japan only game. Oh, dude, it's shooting. They're shooting guns. It really is an American shuttle capsule. It's just shooting. That's sick. Badoof. Canada BTFO. Hey, Alberta, check this shit out. You could be a part of this. Oh, you didn't follow NASA soon enough to... Yeah. To Adam Troke loads in chat. There it is. Safe and sound. As for the people inside, we'll find out later, but this is a good sign. Skadoosh. I wonder how far away the landing boat, the rescue boat is. They were a little off course. I'm hearing reports that they landed in the Strait of Hashish. Should be fine as long as they don't hit a landmine. Well, sea mine. Oh, no, that was it. It blew up. No, we're good. Never mind. We're fine. We're fine. Everyone in the chat, clap. Big clappas. Look at the windup in the pitch. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Oh, give me the telephoto. Give me the zoom. Could we get the Mondo zoom and then see the thing open and have the person stand on top of it and wave? Oh, we're zooming back so we can see where the boat is? What are those? Oh, there they are. Stay on target. Flight deck. I'm just milling about. I don't know how long I'm going to watch this, but I wanted to see the landing and I wanted you guys not to miss it. You know, a mill in this economy? It's never been a better time to buy. Hey, mill has been a pretty great strategy ever since Brain Freeze was printed. And also, mill was a pretty good win condition in specifically alpha with millstone. I prefer exiling the libraries, better safe than sorry, in case somebody has a progenitus or something, you know. Oh, it's got its little floaties on the top. The 4 floaties, just in case. That's a good sign. Got the little lights there. What the fuck is a kilometer? Don't like Walmart. Did they come back because the moon is haunted? Yeah, haunted by humans. Wow, this is a bizarre camera we're looking at here. We're seeing this through an Insta photo filter from 2014. Anyway, it could be magic time. Oh, am I getting a... You've earned the NASA Artemis 2 launch badge? Oh, shit, drops, dude. Hell yeah, NASA drops to get in here. And I got a cuddly void gurgle from watching the Race to World First. Which, don't worry, I already put in my house. The house is capped. I'm at the limit. I can't put anything else inside the house. So I got to grind level 9 for housing. And or make an alliance house, because you can make a horde house and alliance house. Might do it. If I ever decide I need like a week or two of having even less of a life, then I can start building an alliance house. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Supposedly decor duels are coming out, and I don't know what that means, but I take housing very seriously. I am folding my steel, sharpening my katanas, wrapping my hilts, dude. House duels. Building Insomnia, StarCraft, watching history, new magic. Dude, life is pretty good. Shooting Against the Ocean feels like one of those optical illusion books. Yeah, The Magic Eye. It was hilarious. You should see when it was coming down. The second parachutes opened, and they had red and white like American flag colors on them, and then the capsule started shooting bullets. The most American landing ever. Anyway, I think it's commercial time and content time. It's time to talk about Secrets of Strixhaven and look at all the brand new cards right after a word from our sponsor. Well, sponsors.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big
hot
ice cream and a coating made with beautiful
milk,
chocolate, so you can
pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Cream. All right, we back. First things first, let's go over the special guest and mystical archive to get us prepped. See what kind of new reprints are good and or interesting or worthwhile. Ahem. Archaeomancer's a big reprint here. This one's important because there was only one full art, cool looking Archaeomancer, and it was like $25 or something because the normal one looked dumb and it was pretty rare. So getting a second one that looks cool is a big deal. Archmage Emeritus, very common inclusion, and don't like the art, but I think it's cool that the guy's painting it. Murmuring Mystic, whatever, Grimhari specs, whatever, it's common inclusion. Dualcaster Mage is awesome. What a good picture. And Dualcaster Mage was reprinted like 27 times the same goddamn artwork, and so now we get a cool one. This is great. You'll love to see it. Absolutely worthless. Magus of the Library, bad card. Sylvan Library looks pretty cool. I like the original art the most, though. It's nice to have an updated text box, you know, because it's been oracled here and there a little bit. But you know me, I like the originals. Had a creepy, cool-looking Cthulhu-y vibe to it. More Twincaster people in gelatinous cubes. That's kind of neat. Library of Lang, once again, another old card with an updated text box, which is probably pretty important, but I like the originals, even though that one's bad. Cody, a deck way more fun in theory than in practice. Now this one has a giant owl on it. Don't know, don't care. Magus Library is green. It is green, yeah, and it is bad. Adrix and Nev is a Zoom class. Oh yeah. Why does it have ward? Hey, all right. Whatever. Akruma's Will is kind of cool. Great Armageddon artwork for no one. I don't know who's ever playing Armageddon. The only table Armageddon is socially okay at is CEDH, and Armageddon sucks in CEDH. So it's just it's like a card for no one. I think the art's cool though. Hop to it. Prismatic Ending is like a 60 card thing. Requisition Raid. Look at this thing. Look at this copy pasting. What is this? A Sons of Behemoth deck? Return to the Ranks looks sick. I really like Winds of Abandon artwork. Very nice. Helping Hand is very striking. Nice setup there. Great art and good flavor text for Armageddon. I didn't look at the flavor text. Like my creator, I saw perfection. Is this Karn talking? It is Karn talking. And just as he did, I found only sorrow. End of Argentum. The Memoirs of Karn Father. Angel's Grace. Ugly art. Good card, though. Cyclonic Rift. Ugly art. Good card, though. Douche. Sorry, Deduce, pardon me. Disdainful Stroke, more of a 60 card card. Don't really like it. Not a fan. Fluster Storm, not a fan. Good card though. Force of Will. Every Force of Will is simply inferior to the original. We got to care about culture, you know. Good card though. Finally, a Pongify. This is huge. This one is huge. Now we just need. Look, he's so mad, dude. He's turning into the ape monkey brain. He's so fucking mad that you get an ape token. Anyway, this Pongify is great. I really hope we get another one for the other blue removal spell for one. What is it? Rapid Hybridization. And then we will have a cool version of both of the removal cards in blue. Minus a few others. Return to Vanilla Ape. Stock up? Hell yeah. Very interested. Probably going to pick this one up. I love Stock Up. And I've been waiting for a good version of it. Preordain, I don't think has any full art, cool looking ones. Maybe I'm mistaken, but Ponder has a really awesome, like Dungeon the Dragon, Elmore, or Easley. I can't remember who. Art from like 3rd edition D&D looked sick. Now we get a Preordain. Preordain a little better in Commander than Ponder. Ponder's more of a searching for a specific combo or a specific card kind of thing for 60. It's a little less great in Commander. Whereas in Preordain, you're kind of setting up your future draws a lot more. Cool Brain Freeze. I like it. Sleight of Hand looks neat. Spell Pierce, I half like it. I like her detail, but I'm sad that the fire is so low detail. I know that that's her style, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. Little Daze, little Daze here. Take that, Elf. Don't like it. Awesome Smallpox. Big fan. Like it. Love the crow. I like everything about this Smallpox. Great work. Vampiric Tutor is pretty good, but I happen to have seen the Japanese one and it's way better. Ad Nauseum, don't like it. Calling the Weak. Yeah, because you sacrifice a rat a lot of times for Calling the Weak, that's for sure. Bitter Triumph. Stargaze looks great. Good art. Locust Spray. Living and Feed the Swarm. Ew. Dismember, don't like it. Zombify is kind of fun. You know, it's a little silly. Subterranean Tremors. Big score, dude. Big score. Let's go. Oh, very nice Abrade. Big fan. I'm liking this Abrade. And Brotherhood's End's pretty good. Anyway, great Abrade. You'll love to see it bulk up. Burst Lightning, more of a 60 card thing. Crackle with Power. I wanted more. I know it's a volcano split 4 ways, but you multiply the damage by 5 and we get 4 shards of a volcano, so that feels weird. And I guess I wanted more for it. Empty the warrens, looks dumb. Monstrous rage, human, wolf, monkey. Anyway, giant growth, dumb. Drive of the Hordes looks great. Big fan there. Nice Jessica's Will. We did need a Jessica's Will reprint. That's nice to see. Return the Favor seems cool. Poetic Ritual, Awaken the Woods. It's an interesting salute this Dryad is doing. Interesting choice. To Berserker. Crop rotation. Oh, I love this glimpse. Excellent glimpse. Really good here. Yeah. Awaken the Musk. Pick poison, roll treatment, shamanic growth, shared roots, Veil Summer. Veil Summer is kind of good. Bring to Light, man, callback. What are you getting with it? A Siege Rhino? This Culling Ritual is not as good. There's already a full art Culling Ritual that looks better than this, but I like Culling Ritual. I'm a fan of it. Deflecting Palm is cool. Expressive Iteration is cool. And I won't be able to tell many of these. I mean, I'll know which ones are I'll know which ones are sorceries and which ones are instants, I guess. But I guess I'll just point out the arts that I think are nice. Nice hand. This one's pretty good. Oh, cool. This is Disdainful Stroke. I can tell. Got the Instanto. With the brush, dude, that's sick. That's kind of cool. This might be a split second Angel's Grace, maybe. Because of the wing, the split second down the middle, death and life. I think this is that. This one is probably... This one's probably a Force of Will. It's got good art, but nothing beats the original. Potentially Pongify. Oh, she's observing the orb. Orb looking. This one's cool. I like it. I don't know what card it is, but this is a good one. Look at this Vampiric Tutor. Hell yeah. Oh, that's a Vampiric Tutor. That's sick. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty good. Yo, who's my man here? Oh, 4 damage to each creature. The overload one, maybe. Now this one, we got 5 volcanoes because it's 5 times damage. That is correct. Unlike the English one, which is only 4. Don't worry, she's 12,000 years old. Oh, this one's nice. I like this one. Very interesting roots coming from the sky. I like it. All right, I wish I knew what more of them were, but I just don't. Let's start from the top. Where shall we start? Shall we just do it in order that happens to be on this website? Or are we going like legends first? What are we doing? Yeah, we play EDH. We might as well start with the Elder Dragons. You are right. Silver Quill. 4/4 for 4 flying vigilance. That's a cube. 4/4 for 4 means a cube. Flying vigilance are great to have in commander, especially vigilance. Actually, especially flying, but vigilance to me is one of the low key, really important keywords to have on stuff so that you can be aggressive and defensive at the same time. I think this is possibly the most playable one as a commander for me of all 5 of these is Silver Quill. Each instant sorcery spell you cast has casualty 1, which means you sack a creature and you copy it. Cost is fairly low, but it does have a deck building requirement of you probably going tokens. That's not a bad thing because tokens are good, and white has all the doubles and triples, and black has all the sacrifice a creature for some cool effect, right? So it's a match made in heaven. And it's reasonably priced, only 4. You can still get vigilance with it. I don't know. This one is a home run for me. I like it. Tutor for Entomb, Reanimate, get whatever the fuck you want twice. Yeah, there's a lot of good choices for casualtying black-white. And not just the best removal spells ever, but also those are pretty good to copy as well. Prismari, the Inspiration for 7, Ward, pay 5 life. Instant sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Of course, this is a really powerful effect, but you don't want it in the command zone because it's way too expensive. And you already have a billion ways to take a 35-minute turn in Izzet. This is just yet another one. Like we have 1,000-Year Storm, all the copy critters, all the creatures that Magecraft copy stuff ad infinitum. If you love wasting people's time, you don't even need this, but you maybe add it. I don't even think you add it to any Izzet deck. It's probably too expensive. But you might. Just probably not in the command zone. Yeah, it doesn't specify your hand. So it triggers off prepared spells. It triggers off Cascade. It triggers off of Discover. It triggers off of the what's that 6 mana Storm card where you shuffle your library, exile the top one, and cast it for free with Storm? This triggers off of each of those Storm copies of that card. Mine's Desire, I think. Yeah, so it triggers off of everything. For all you non-deterministic Storm enjoyers out there. Quandrix is in shambles. So much for the Storm scale being named after Storm. Look, at a certain point, they decided to power creep the shit out of everything, especially creatures. And now Storm is kind of whatever. Too much power creep. Witherboom, the Balancer. He ostensibly costs 8, but really he costs 2 because he has affinity for creatures. Flying Death Touch, instant sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. Bad. Not good. I don't really want to go tokens in these 2 colors, to be perfectly honest with you. And I want to be able to cast my commander easily and not have to do something first. But affinity is pretty cool because since this is affinity, you can still convoke without stepping on your own toes. So if you want to be like a go wide convoke affinity thing, that's cool. But I don't know that he does anything particularly interesting in the command zone. Put him in the 99, maybe. Even then, it's kind of whatever. This is a cool sentence, and this down here is a cool sentence. but I think he's a miss for me. Lorehold the Historian. 5/5 for 5. He's a cube. Flying Haste. Each instant sorcery card in your hand has Miracle 2. Very interesting rules text there. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card. If you do draw a card, this is extra important because it means that you get to Miracle on each player's turn, which is extra cool. Unfortunately, everything has Miracle is in like the worst colors for it. Like you don't, yeah, if this guy was Jeskai, if you just had blue, red, white in his monocost, this would be the most exciting commander ever. Unfortunately, there's a few decent white cards that are really big and expensive and cool, and there's even a few red ones that are, but I don't know if there's enough glue to stick a whole deck together out of Lorehold. And I know I don't want to be discarding cards to draw in these colors. You could maybe make it work, but the sense I get is there isn't enough glue to hold it together. And I don't think there's even one good Madness card in all of Magic the Gathering as it pertains to Commander in these colors, but I could be wrong. I might be forgetting one. Affinity Guys, the Timmy Trap here? Yeah, probably. Maybe Quandrix a little bit. There is Alhamret's Archive. Is that a Madness card? Isn't Alhamret's Archive the thing where if you would draw a card, you draw 2, and if you would gain life, you gain double? If I IRC correctly. Quandrax. 6/6 for 6, Flying Trample. Has Cascade, instant sorcery spells, cast from your have Cascade. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's just like a good Simic card. I don't know if you're trying to put it in the command zone exactly. You could. Be some kind of spell slinger Simic. So many of the best Simic cards are creatures nowadays, because creatures are so good now that you're kind of struggling to... Maybe you're not struggling to get instant sorceries. It's sort of like every Sky Shroud claim in your deck, you cast it, and then you flip over cards until you hit 3 visits and cast that, right? So that's like, in my head, that's kind of what happens with this guy. Maybe he's fun, I'm not sure. So overall, I think Silver Quill is the best commander out of all of them. Quandrix, arguably the second best, but Simic has such great commanders that you're probably not trying to do that. And Lorehold is interesting, but I don't know if there's enough glue to stick it together in just these colors. And Prismari is like a super expensive win more card, and Witherbloom is just not great. Emeritus of Trues, Swords to Plowshares. When it enters, target player creates a 1/1 Inkling with flying. Then if an opponent has more creatures than you, it becomes prepared. This card's good. If you already have the most creatures, which you probably do, because apparently everyone in white is playing tokens, but let's forget that for a moment. If somebody else has more creatures than you and you're not in tokens, that's probably the case. So he's a little Sword of Plowshares man. That's cool. You can make a flying blocker sometimes. That's kind of useful. It's a lot of white pips, all 3, you know? That's a bit much in a 3-color deck. Drawing him is a little awkward when you need it to be a removal spell, though. Oh man, I really need to draw a removal spell. And then you top deck this guy, and a Swords to Plowshares costs a combined 4, and he might not even become prepared in a weird situation. So, is this card good? No. is this card playable in bracket whatever, 2 or 3? Maybe. You can't re-prepare him, but that's fine. He's like, okay. Emeritus of Ideation enters prepared. You'll find this sentence on a bunch of these guys. So like there are, I'm about to say something sweeping. Okay. I'm going to be a sweeper here. The prepared mechanic, right? The creatures with little famous sorceries and instants on them. If you want a cheat sheet about whether or not they're good, okay? If the creature does not say, this creature enters prepared, it is bad. Now, it doesn't mean it's good. If it does have it, but if it does not have this creature enters prepared, the card is bad. That's a real quick and easy way to determine. Now, Emeritus of Ideation, he's a 5/5 for 5, but really he's a 5/5 for 6 with Flying Ward 2, and you get to draw 3 cards when he enters. Now, it can be swatted, and he can even re-prepare himself later by treasure cruising when he attacks. This guy's pretty good. He's not crazy. He's just pretty good. I like him. I would probably play him in a deck. I wouldn't play him in every blue deck, but I would play him in a blue deck. Emeritus of HeyWoah. This creature enters prepared, so it has the chance of being good. Beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures died this turn, becomes prepared, and then Demonic Tutor. Too many hoops to jump through. You got to pay 4, and 2 creatures have to have died, and it's at the end step, which means you have to wait an entire turn cycle until it gets back to your turn, and then you can cast Demonic Tutor normally. Too many hoops to jump through, too much waiting. Not great. Emeritus of Conflict. 2/2 for 2, first strike. Whenever, the sentence does not exist. It does not enter prepared, so this card is bad. Whenever you cast your 3rd spell each turn, this creature becomes prepared. That's very hard to do, and it only gives you a lightning bolt. I don't even know if this guy is good in constructed, much less commander. It's sad what they're doing to my boy Red. Red didn't deserve this. Bad, bad, bad. The best use for Emeritus of Conflict is in some absolute dirtle maxing Izzet deck that is constantly low-key storming off every turn by just dumping a bunch of cards out, maybe in like a Flubs deck or something, so that every turn it really is casting 3 cards, and then you get a lightning bolt for free at the end of it if you... Maybe you're playing Storm, the Tamir commander that gives everything Storm, or maybe you're playing Flubs or something like that, or what's that Jeskai lady who is like at the end of turn, draw cards equal to the number of spells you cast this turn, maybe in something like that. But it's really just like the most cute, not great pet card addition to those types of decks that already are kind of wobbly. I don't know. I'm really trying. It's not great. Emeritus of Abundance. 3/4 for 3. Vigilance enters prepared. It has the chance of being good. Whenever this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, you're in green. This creature becomes prepared. So re-prepares all the time. That's cool. However, getting her to survive combat, now that's the tricky part. But you just regrowth. Cool. Regrowth for 5 with a creature attached. I mean, Eternal Witness is 3. And Timeless Witness is 4. And both of them are much better. I don't know that you're looking for much more than that normally. And if you are, maybe consider stuff like 6 or actual regrowth or really a bunch of other cards. I think Emeritus of Abundance isn't terrible, but I question whether she lives through combat. And 5 is a lot for just a regrowth plus a body, when Eternal is already 3 for regrowth plus a body. She suffers from green having just too many great cards. Restoration Seminar, we get into the paradigms. This is the white one. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's great. It's a good effect. 7 is a lot. But it's non-land permanent. That's anything. Enchantments, artifacts, fucking battles, planeswalkers, whatever, right? That's pretty good. Paradigm is cool. It's epic, except you can still cast spells. Pretty expensive, but good effect. Sun Titan is probably better in a vacuum, but you can probably lean into the stuff that Sun Titan can't hit with Seminar. Stuff that costs more than 3, you know. Although you can't get land with it like you can with Sun Titan, so there's that. And then Restoration Seminar doesn't exactly come with a 6/6 body. But if you target a 6/6 in your graveyard, it does. Hey, you know what's cool? Restoration Seminar targeting Sun Titan. Sun Titan enters, targeting the Sword of Feast and Famine that somebody killed 2 turns ago. How's that sound? Is that good? Are we gaming yet? Next turn, do it again. Anyway, kind of nice. Fun, expensive, big, dumb commander card. I like it. Is it super powerful? No. But it's fun. And that's what Commander is all about. Echo Casting Symposium. Target player, don't like it already, creates a token that's a copy of target creature you don't control. It's bad. This card is bad. Probably the worst one. Relatively speaking to how powerful the color is normally. I had to get that disclaimer out there before anyone starts typing. If I could target my opponent's creatures with this card, it would be the best one, which is probably why I can't target my opponent's creatures with this one. Once again, if you could target your opponent's creatures with this, it would be the best one, and it wouldn't even be fucking close. Instead, I don't like it. Have to target a thing you control. Somebody plays a Wrath of God, and now the spell just goes off on your turn and doesn't do anything. Gross. Don't like it. Too many instances of the word target. Deflecting swattable. No. Decorum Dissertation. It's double Phyrexian Arena, except better. In a bunch of ways. Better enough to actually play it? Maybe. Yeah, it's a Sign in Blood every turn. Which is okay. You get it right away, at least. You don't have to wait like for Phyrexian Arena. 5 is a bit steep, but then again, Stinging Study is 5, and a lot of times you draw 4 with that card, right? King. Although that one's an instant, so hey, all right. Anyway, probably playable. I'm not like over the moon about it, but probably playable. Sunshine and Black Things with the tier 1, 53. Trying to make a mono red burn deck work. Wish you luck. I will cut to the chase. You are a mono red Monogeyser combo deck, or you need to cut your losses. Mono red damage doubler tribal. Yeah, or that, I guess. You got 2 choices. That's a struggle. I wish you luck, because the idea of a burn deck in Commander is awesome. It's just that red cards have been balanced around 20 life for 30 years. And so everything but like Price of Progress and maybe 3 other cards are really bad for Commander, even if you double their damage. And if it means the thing in your command zone doesn't draw you any cards and instead just doubles your damage, that's a rough one for finding a gas station in mono red. You can make it work, but it's going to involve creatures and not spells, and it's probably going to be too fast for your friends. That's the problem. If you can get over like burn as in lightning bolts and think more about burn like Terror of the Peaks, then Rionia kind of stuff, you know, just then we're talking. Put a little barbecue sauce on it. Improvisation Capstone, probably my favorite paradigm. This one's 7. Yeah, it's expensive, but that's what Jessica's Will's for. It's what Monogeyser's for. That's what Seething Song is for. That's what whatever the one for 4 that gives you 7 is. Anyway, no, that one doesn't work. Seething Song Woman. Exile cards top your library until you exile cards with total mana value of 4 or greater. Cast any number of them for free and do that every turn. This is great because if you immediately flip over a card for 16, you still get to cast it. And like ideal candy, the best thing you could do is like flip over 3 cards for 1 and then a card for 12. You get to cast them all. You're never like screwed out of anything, which is the thing I like. If you're in some kind of red X erratic explosion themed deck, improvisation capstone, in response mystical tutor, right? Like you can do some silly shit with this card, or you could just let it ride and you always get pretty decent value out of it every turn. I like it. I think it's fun. Yeah, you probably only ever get to cast 1 or 2 spells with it. Fine. Make them count, you know? Put a Sensei's Top in there. Put a Vampiric Tutor in there. Do some funny shit. I can Apex Devastator with this, yeah. Germination Practicium. Pretty cheap at 5. Decorum is the only equally cheap one. Put 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control. That's pretty good when you're in green-white tokens. Put 2 1/1 counters on each of the 13 bunnies or 13 soldier tokens you have. That's pretty good. Refreshes every turn. After a board wipe, obviously it doesn't do anything, much like Symposium. But with tokens, you're just going to build up again and then just keep putting tokens on your army forever. It helps you rebuild. I think this one is seemingly boring, but I think it's better than people think. Will people play it? Probably not. But in a token deck, it's potentially decent. Yeah, Capstone, you will lose lands forever. So if you have special funny lands, if you're in some Valakut style deck, I would not play this. But you can only ever lose lands. You're not going to exile Godo on turn 2 and just have no win condition now, like with normal impulse draw. And now we get to some wizards. Informed Inkwright, 2 for 2 vigilance. When you cast an instant sorcery spell, targets a creature, create a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Repartee. Boring. Although I would play it in Feather. Hey, anybody got a Feather deck? Informed Inkwright. That could be all right. Put that in the Feather deck. Not that she needs any help. But aside from that exact singular deck, I can't think of a real decent place for a heroic card. It says repartee, but really it's heroic to me. From Theros. Mathemagics, sorcery, double blue, double X. Target player draws 2 to the power of X cards. Which means if you play it for just 2, you get 1 card at sorcery speed. If you play it for 4 total, you draw 2 cards at sorcery speed, which is horrible. If you play it for 6 at sorcery speed, you draw 4 cards, which is horrible. If you play it for 8 mana, you draw 8 cards at sorcery speed, which is generally still not great. If I'm putting that much mana into something, I want it to be an instant for the most part. And then if you have essentially infinite mana, you get to deck people, I guess. This card's awful. It's funny that they used exponents. I appreciate that in Magic, and it's a funny name. Card's terrible. Would never play it. So many better options in blue to draw cards. Either at instant speed or at a better rate at the castable amounts of mana, or both. Are these all the cards? I believe so. I have some other ones up. They're getting them. It's happening. Careful, that might be hot on the outside. Anyway, I got the Scryfall up. I got the different spoiler site up. It's just this is the one that's aesthetically the best. We'll see if it has it. I was seeing if I was going to be able to get the moment the door opened, you know? But I guess they're still doing stuff. We'll check in on them. Relzer Guest Lectura. 3 mana Planeswalker. +1 Surveil 2. Nah, my lands do that. I'm fine. Any number of target players each discard a card. That's cool. Sort of like, this reminds me of a Liliana. Except you don't have to discard. Turn target creature card and mana value through or less to graveyard to the battlefield. It's pretty decent. Leaves it at 1. This is a 60 card card for sure. Not really a commander card. His ultimate's funny though. Flip 5 coins. Target opponent skips their next X turns. That's a cool way of getting extra turns. Hold on, the doors are opening. It is the inverse of his old, alt, yeah. And it's a cool way of giving you extra turns by robbing your opponent of them. There's a story from original alpha playtesting before the game came out where Time Walk had different text. This is an ancient alpha magic story. The text, there we go, better camera. Well, less glare. Anyway, the text on Time Walk used to say target opponent loses next turn. As in, target opponent loses their next turn and you take an extra one, right? But that was the lingo. And one of the playtesters was like, this Time Walk card is overpowered. You just cast it and you immediately win. I was like, what do you mean? Well, the opponent loses next turn. And he's like, oh, okay. No, they don't lose the game next turn. They lose their next turn. So that's why they wrote take an extra turn. And that's the lore on that one. I guess we could have some sound, right? Okay, so the sound is just... It's just nothing, right? It's just helicopter noise? Okay. It's just blueberry noise in the background.
Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will be...
Dude, I want to see he's okay, folks. GW reveal stream ass audio. Well, to be fair to NASA, they are doing something slightly more complicated than pressing play on an iPad for a pre-recorded commercial to play and then talking over it with microphones. Yeah.
And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel
chasing relentlessly, still fighting, I don't know why. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love
Why does this song fit
tragedy,
everywhere?
why are you my Clary?
Oh, my Clary.
Walk on the red parade, I refuse to make amends.
Doesn't it feel like credits should start rolling right now to the end of the 80s movie we just watched?
Don't speak as I try to leak, as we both know how to choose. If you pull, then I'll push too deep, and I fall right back to you. 'Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fighting, I don't know why. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love is sanity, why are you my Clary? Why are you my Clary? Why are you my remedy?
Dude, she never hits it, even by accident, correctly.
Is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love is sanity, why are you my Clary?
Oh, there we go. Man, it's perfect. It's perfect. How is it so good? Hey, all right. They're okay, folks. They're all right. I'm taking the pictures. Cuts to Evangelion credits. Yeah. All right, back to Strixhaven. Card seems pretty good in 60. Not so much in 100. Choreographed Sparks. Can't be copied to instant. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. Choose new targets and copy target creature spell you control. Copy gains haste and at the beginning of the next end step sacrifice this token. So let me turn the volume off there. To get it's choose one or both, which is cool. It's like a hull breach in that respect. To get both of them, you do have to have a lot of mana and a lot of things on the stack at the same time. It has to be a creature with flash, probably, or an instant. Like either a sorcery and a creature with flash, or an instant and a creature without flash, right? And then an extra 2 mana on top of it. But still, it could be big turns. Dual Caster Mage comes to mind, among other things. Could be kind of good. I think it's less good than it appears if it appears really good to you. But it's one of those, like, cool red cards where you're just like, yo, check this shit out. All right, this turn's going to be sick. Vastland Scavenger. Death Touch, creature enters prepared, so it has the possibility of being good. 4/4 for 3. Bind to Life for 5. Mill 7 cards, put a creature card from among them on the battlefield. Not great. Just too expensive for what it's doing. Even in a graveyard deck, I wouldn't play it in 6. Too expensive. I mean, a 4/4 Death Touch for 3 is decent as a blocker, even though it doesn't have reach. I'm trying too hard. Not good. Stirring Hope Singer. Whenever you cast an instant spell, targets a creature. Put a 1 counter on each creature you control. Probably too much work for that. Sky Coach Conductor. Oh, it's an owler. Dude, a fridge owl who's a train conductor. Let's go, dude. Flash Flying Vigilance, because Vigilance is blue now. Although really Vigilance I think is an owl thing now. Enters prepared, so it could be good. All aboard. Instant, exile target non-pilot and return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. How do you get re-prepared? You don't. But then again, you are supposed to put this in a flicker deck. And so you flicker this thing and it gets re-prepared again. So this is like, you have your Thassa out, and at the end of the turn you flicker Sky Coach, which means that you still have your flicker to target something in response to someone. And if no one does anything, then right before your next turn. Maybe too cute. Caradron Overlord. Good shit. Good shit. Notably, Repartee works on single target removal. Yeah, if you sword someone's creature, you get a 1/1 counter on all your guys. So that sounds like really good in limited. Possibly good in standard, but that's it, probably. Withering Curse. All creatures get -2/-2, but if you gain life this turn, destroy them instead for 3. Any Oloro players still alive? Or did all of them die of old age by now? This is kind of good if things are like Oloro in the command zone gaining you 2 life every upkeep. This card is just damnation for 3. That's cool. Sometimes it won't be damnation if you're super screwed in a normal deck that is life gain themed. But it's maybe worth playing in some of those, perhaps. It's got to be like a life gain deck that doesn't care if its creatures die or they're all indestructible. So I don't know. Yeah, like if you have Y'shtola with Darksteel Plate already on her or something like that, I'm not sure. Anyway, interesting card. Not a staple or anything, but interesting card. Indestructible isn't as good as it used to be. Or rather, destroy effects. Oh, big nods. Big nods from the explainer. And now we'll talk with our hands. All right. Magma Blood Archaic. Technically 6 casting cost, but triple red. Trample Reach. Nodders. This creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. Oh, cool. And so it gives you the latitude to make it a 5/5 if you want. Or to make it a 7/7, actually. Whenever you cast an instant sorcerer spell, creatures control get 1/0 for each color of mana spent to cast the spell. Okay, so like you play like a what's that artifact? Guild something or other, the 4 mana artifact that has this card as all colors written on it or something. loads of astronauts back. Let's go. They're capturing them and they're dropping them everywhere. There they are. He's all right, folks. Anyway, a bad card. Comforting Counsel. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on this enchantment. As long as there are 5 or more growth counters on it, creatures you control get 3/3. Neat. Okay. Probably wouldn't use it, but I see we're doing some life gain in Golgari here. Like multiple instances of little life gains, I guess. Whether or not you did, not necessarily how much. Erode. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller may search the library for basic land, put it out tapped, then shuffle. 700 million times worse than Path to Exile. But maybe playable. I think it's playable. Maybe. If you're already running swords, which you are, and you're already running Path, which you probably are, then you can also do Erode, I guess. That's where I'd put this card. And if any white player is going to try to tell you, oh, you play this for ramp, just know that playing white absolutely melts your brain. It makes you go crazy not to be in green. Like, these are the things that not being in green does to a mage. Smile and nod, be polite with them, but pity them. Jadzi, Steward of Fate. 2/4 for 3. Enters prepared, it might be good. When he enters, draw 2, then discard 2. Not something I want to do, so it's more of a Dimir Reanimator kind of thing. Potentially an Is It thing if you're going towards graveyard Is It effects. Oracle's Gift. XX blue, create X fractal creature tokens and put X counters on them. So if you pay 9, you get 4 8/8s. Like, that's kind of big, I guess. So you're in some, like, big mana Is It graveyard synergy thing. I don't know what this is trying to do. Yeah, I'm puzzled by this card. I'm not sure what to make of it. There he is. 4/4/4s. No, you make X. Oh, you make X 0/0s and put X counters on them. All right, I thought it made X X's and put X counters on them. Okay, so it makes 4/4/4s. You're right. I thought there was an extra X in here. So the card's worse than I thought, but not in a way that matters, really. Because the size of the creatures, to me, was whatever. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I don't make too much of it, but... Mozio, Vane's New Deem. 2/1/3, flying. When he enters, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with whenever this token attacks, you gain a life. Okay. Infusion. What's that? At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gained. Oh, so now we do care about the amount of life. Okay. So this wants a bunch of little individual effects. This wants yes or no, and this wants amount. So we're just spreading it around. We just want to gain life in every sort of different way. It's a little muddled. I would like it to be more focused generally, but yeah, the old pest tokens used to gain a life when they die. The new pests gain a life when they attack. Kind of like, I wish we kept pests to be one thing, but then again, I wish we never remade Morph 7 times, but here we are. This card's good, Mozio. swing with your 40k Sisters of Battle card with lifelink and reanimate 2 things. Swing with your lifelink guys, end of turn, reanimate stuff. This card's good. Nice and cheap. Gives you a chump blocker when it enters. Overall, I like it. Mozio's a good card. It'll find a home in a lot of places, this card. Exsanguinate. Typically, I wouldn't expect the game to be going still if Exsanguinate resolves, but sometimes you do a littler Exsanguinate. Yeah, hit him with the Soren's Vengeance. Flashback. I saw this card already. It's great. Great art. Target instant sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. Instant for 1. The only thing this card is missing, it's a crime against humanity that this card does not have flashback. I'm mad. However, it's still a great card. This is a great card. So that's probably why it doesn't have flashback, because maybe it'd be too good or something. I don't know. Anyway, good shit. 2 really good cards in a row. Wild Growth Archaic. Enters 1/1 on for each color mana spent to cast it. Damn, this feels like a mechanic that should have been in Morningtide, because that one had a Colors of Mana theme as well. But then again, that set really should have had 2 sets in the block instead of just one giant set that they tried to fit everything in. But we needed more space for Universes Beyond, so we couldn't have 2 sets. When you cast a creature spell, X additional 1 encounters, number of cards cast it. I mean, whatever. Practiced offense with the worst art ever. No, that's not true. Transit Mage. Probably the worst art ever, but Carrot Lady. Not a fan of Carrot Lady. I don't know what we're thinking there, but hey, all right. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature target player controls. Target creature gains your choice of double strike or lifelink with flashback. It's an okay combat trick. I wouldn't play it in Commander, but Harmonized Trio doesn't become prepared on enters, so it is bad. Tap this and 2 untapped creatures you control in blue, and it becomes prepared, and then you cast Brainstorm, which is a card that isn't that great in Commander anyway. Much better in 60-card formats. There is a place for Brainstorms in Commander. A little bit in CEDH and a little bit in decks that want to take cards that they've drawn and put them back in their library to tutor for if they're combo tutors or if they care about the top of their library. But aside from that, you're not just jamming Brainstorm and everything like you are in Legacy. 3 people thinking together, Brainstorm. I wish it was 4 people thinking together so they could have thought of a better card to put it on. But hey, all right. I guess we got Ancestral. That's cool too. She's nice and cheap though. That's good. Not great. Pox Plague. This is Gigapox. Big Pox. This card's funny. I like it. You know, we have Smallpox for double black. Originally, we had Pox for triple black, which is a 3rd. And now we have Pox Plague, which is a 1/2. A natural progression. I think it's funny. I can't wait for this 7 mana Gigapox that is each player loses 5/7 of their life and discards that many cards and round up each time. Anyway, that's cool. Cool, funny card. Yeah, Pox Epidemic. Steal the Show. Choose one or both. Target player discards any number of cards and draws that many cards. Not even +1? Ew. Steal the Show deals damage equal number of instant sorcery cards in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. Gross. Not good. Slumbering Trudge. Creature enters the number of counters on it equal to 3-X. If it entered this with a stun counter on it, tap it. Oh, enters with a number of stun counters on it equal to 3-X. Yeah, okay, it's a 6/6, I guess. Yeah, not really for Commander. That's for the 60 card people to puzzle out a combo to remove them and have a 6/6 with no combat abilities somehow. Hey, all right. We need Pox Jet. Oh, yeah, and it's a Mox Jet that smallpoxes you. That's cool. That's a good idea. 10 mana, everyone dies. Yeah, easy. Or 9/10 make it, or something like that. Joined researchers. So it's a double person. They're joining. First strike at the beginning of each end step, an opponent has more cards in hand than you. This creature becomes prepared. Each end step. Okay, so that we could get prepared. Secret Rendezvous. Secret Rendezvous. 3 mana. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. I don't like that normally, but there might be some funny commander that makes it so that they don't draw instead. Or some group hug thing or whatever. Typically don't like spells like that. 99 1/100ths rounded up. Mana Sculpt. Heard Trungle is good with that Ixalan Spore artifact that cares about power. I mean, it's. I would say it's like something you would play in decks that care about power, like Gerard. Not actually Gerard because it's not good in that, but some deck where it's just like sacrifice a creature and do something based on its power, like, you know, some Golgari thing, and maybe put this in. Perhaps. Mana Sculpt. Counter target spell for 3. If you control a wizard, add an amount of colorless equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell, beginning of your next main phase. This is the worst mana drain I have ever seen. However, it's only the second mana drain I've ever seen. And if your commander's a wizard or you have a bunch of wizards, then sometimes it's going to actually kind of be a mana drain. Which is good. You might play them. You might play this card in Wizard Tribal or something. Yeah, Baral likes this card. Baral appreciates this card. Do note that it's the amount of mana spent to cast the spell, not its mana value. Which means if someone Force of Wills you, this gives you no mana. But that's a pretty niche downside. Anyway, you play this if you have a bunch of wizards, and you absolutely don't play it if you don't have a lot of wizards. And there you go. Postmortem Professor, cool name, cool art. 2/2 for 2, can't block. Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Exile an instant sorcery card from your graveyard, turn this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card's horrible. It can't block, and with reassembling skeletons and stuff like that, I really, really, really want them to block, and if they can't block, I don't care about them at all. Unless you need to repeatedly sacrifice a creature every turn to turn on your commander. But even then it's bad because I never want to pay mana to do that. I want to create tokens on my upkeep or something to satisfy that effect. So this is like, this is a Johnny trap for sacrifice decks. Maelstrom Artesian. 3/2 for 3. Enters prepared. It might be good. Destroy target non-basic land. Rock Volley. 3/2 haste. This isn't even that much better than like Avalanche Riders, which came out 25 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. This is like pretty expensive if you care about the land being destroyed. And if you don't, then I don't know what you care about, because a 3/2 haste for 3 is just nothing in Commander. So, I mean, you got to give me a better reason to play the creature half of it, I think. Free shrugs. Planar Engineering. Sack 2 lands, search for 4 basic lands, put them out tapped. Yeah, so this is pay 4, get 4 or 5 landfalls this turn. Which is decent, I guess, in Commander. Although there's a lot better, I mean, there's a million better ramp cards than this. But you might, I don't know, you might put it in landfall decks. That four landfall is a lot to get, right? So you might put it in some landfall decks. In Standard, it kills people on turn 3 with Tifa. So people, please enjoy, Standard players. They're getting the people out. Antiquities on the Loose. Create 2 spirit creature tokens, then if the spell is cast from anywhere other than your hand, one encounter on each spirit you control. So you cascade into it first, and then you flash it back. Not really a commander card. Exhibition Tidecaster. Tidecaller. 0-2 for 1 with Opus. When you cast instant sorcerer spell, target player mills 3. If 5 or more mana is spent to cast that spell, player mills 10 instead. And it's another Hedron crab, except a different type. It's not land, it's casting spells. It's whatever. It's not like each opponent, it is target. Well, actually, it's target player. You could target yourself for self-mill with this. Put it in Muldrotha, maybe. Then again, how many instants and sorceries you're playing in Muldrotha, because you care about permanence in that deck. This might find a place somewhere, because the price is right. Yeah, it might find a place somewhere. Not in my type of deck, but I can see it. Tragically Feaster. 7-6 for 4. We care about power here. Trample, discard a card ward. Got the Reality Shaper ability. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a permanent unless you gain life this turn. I mean, you could swing that. This creature isn't like good enough for that downside to be worth it in Commander. Even in a Power Matters deck, you can get a bigger swing on power versus casting cost than this, generally. Maybe as the 6th or 7th card, you could consider doing that. Anyway, it's neat. Put it in the back of your mind for some hyper niche situation in a hyper specific commander deck, like that not only cares about gaining life all the time, but also wants a 7-6 trampler for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. And Power Matters decks never care about life gain, so I don't know. It's kind of all over the place. They just kind of made this, and they're like, there might be a home for it. We'll see. I think. Molten Core Maestro. Dude, the Molten Core Ragnaros? Too soon, Executus? You led them to my very lair? You have failed me. 2-2 for 2. Menace. With Anus. Whenever you cast an instant sorcerer spell, put a 1 counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast it, add 1 red equal to this creature's power. I mean, you could slide it into some goofy ass slow build up red kind of thing, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you could slide this into some red, some is it thing that just wants to have a bunch of little shitheads out that do stuff. Universes Beyond Azeroth? When, dude? Let me equip Thunder Fury to Something Wong. You cowards. Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Ambitious Augmenter. Look at this dude. Got a snake, dude. He finally has hands. Dude, the snake's got hands. 1-1 for 1 with Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana is spent to greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a 1 counter on this creature. What an awful mechanic that is. When this creature dies, if it had one or more counters on it, make a fractal snake. And then put this creature's counters on that token. Boring. What a boring mechanic. Harsh annotation. Destroy target creature. Controller makes a Inkoling with flying. I kind of don't like to give my opponents flying creatures a lot. But, hey, alright. Typically, I'd rather give them a 1/1 flyer than a land, though. But costing 2 is more. So, I don't know. We got another white removal card. That's good. Am I playing it? No. If I was in a deck that didn't care about flying, would I play it? No. Maybe. Destructive Panda. Hey, well, you watched the last VOD. It was a great time. Nice. Yeah, I thought it was a fun one. I had just finished moving, so I didn't have time to prepare anything, and SJ cooked up a game show. It was a lot of fun, I thought. I thought it was a good one. Pensive Professor with Increment. Whenever we put 1/1 counters on this, draw a card. That's good in 1/1 counter decks, obviously. Increment to me is still a bad mechanic, but just putting counters on this guy draws you cards. That's great. You're going to play it in all the different +1/+1 counter decks. You'll play this one too. What's the consensus on Erode? I think white decks might play it. It is 7 billion times worse than Path to Exile, but if you want a third 1-mana removal, you'll play it. If you don't, you don't. And if white players start telling you that it's ramp, just remember, be nice to them, but they're crazy. Their brain doesn't work. You appreciated my take on the AOS rumor situation. You've been such a doomer, so hearing a mature take was much needed. Well, hey, I still got some mature takes. Not the one on Erode that I just said, obviously, but I'm capable of issuing a mature take if I really try. We're on levels of copium you couldn't dream of being able to handle. It's basically that, yeah. For Erode. No, you can use it on your own 1/1 token to ramp with. It's like it's a legal target. You're right. That's true. But it's like always wrong to ramp with it, kind of. And dual purpose cards, I think, are too highly rated. I'm going to say it. All right, I'm getting my soapbox here. All right. Dual purpose cards are rated too highly. Because usually one of the purposes of those cards is so much more important than the other use of that card that you end up, and it's correct to save the card and not cast it until the good version of it can be used. Okay, like so here's a card that, like, what's an equivalent? Okay, here's a spell that says counter target spell, okay? Or scry 1, right? I'm just inventing a card here. It costs 2 somehow. Somehow they print a double blue instant that says choose 1, counter target spell or scry 1. Now, yeah, this is a dual purpose card, right? It's card selection or it's a counter spell. But you should basically never cast the scry ever. And you should always save it in your hand to be the counter spell when you want it to be, right? And this is also true for cards like, there's like some bad heroic interventions that also pump the creature. But it's just like, unless you're exactly swinging for the win, you shouldn't ever pump the creature. It's not really a dual purpose card. It's a protection card, you know? And even on the turn you're swinging for the win, you still want to hold it in case someone tries to kill the creature in response to you trying to win, right? And so be wary of dual purpose cards where one side asks you to wait to use it for its fullest, and the other side you can use it kind of whenever for something. Like Erode, you probably wait for Erode to be used as removal just about always, unless you're setting up for like the most, it's the end of the last opponent's turn and you're just about to untap and you have exactly 5 mana, and if you had exactly 6 mana you win the game, and you don't want to gamble on top decking a plains, so you end of their turn erode your token to give yourself the 6th plains and then instantly untap, and now you can pay 6 for this. Like, very, very niche situations. Generally, you should just always hold it as removal to stop yourself from dying, because removal is good. And also then, of course, it has the downside of ramping your opponent. So you never want to use it early either, because you don't want to ramp your opponent early. You can ramp them late, that's kind of fine, but ramping them early feels weird. So anyway, it's I don't know. Maybe if you're a white player, you can stare in the mirror and hypnotize yourself like liquid, you know, like liquid ocelot. You can hypnotize yourself and be like, this card is not removal. Don't even read that part of it. It's not removal. It's just a rampant growth in white that requires sack a creature. And you can block that part out of your mind and just use it like that. And then some games you'll use it like that. And then somebody plays something that needs to be removed and you'll just die. And you're like, well, that's okay. I had no opportunity, because you don't even remember that part of the card because you've erased it from your mind. Like, maybe that'll work for you. I don't know. But hey, well, my land cycling fetish. Dude, land cycling is fun. You see, hey, well, I rode my Sun Titan. Bring it back with the reanimation seminar. Get the land and Sun Titan back. It's foolproof. No, you see, you erode your indestructible god, you lose nothing, and you ramp 1. Like, that's OP. Is it really a dual purpose card, though? I mean, to me, my point is that it's not really a dual purpose card. White players who aren't in green, not having ramp kind of makes them go a little bit crazy. And so they look at it and they're like, whoa, I could ramp with it. Anyway, not really. It's the 3rd best removal, or it's the 3rd best creature removal in white. But it's like Swords to Plowshares is the top of the mountain, and then Path to Exile is halfway down the mountain, and then Erode is in the Mariana's Trench. But it is the 3rd best creature removal in white, and you might play it. You might play it. It's just Destroy is so much worse than Exile. It's so much worse than Exile. But hey, all right. The only time it's ramp is exactly in the scenario described in the Feather plus Zada combo. Yeah, I mean, if you have a Feather with, if you put Mithril Coat on your Feather, right, then okay, I'm willing to listen. I am willing to listen to you, right? But these are extremely niche situations. Yeah, or Zada combo, things like that, where you're copying stuff that targets your own stuff. Like, give everyone indestructible, ramp 12 Gorbillion. Yeah. He'll take Sword's Path, look at all the other colors removal, and then look at it. Yeah, and you still might take it sometimes. I think it's absolutely a playable card. It kind of depends what deck you're trying to run. Maybe your other 2 colors in your 3 color deck have decent removal, and then you go for those. The real kind of question to me, the thing to think about is like, am I playing Erode or am I playing Rapid Hybridization? Like, that's a real decision that people will be making. You know, am I playing Erode or am I playing whatever that Raven card is with that costs 3, but it's 1 if you exile it first, and they get like a spirit token. You know, stuff like that. Raven form, yeah. Or Pongify or Erode, or am I playing Erode or the what's the black one that's a sorcery that kills a creature or an enchantment for 2? And it's probably the creature or enchantment, but it's a sorcery, and so it depends on the type of deck you're going for, because Erode's an instant. Feed the Swarm. Or do you want to pay 3 for the, you know, instant speed version? Yeah, I think those are the types of decisions people will be making for Erode. Because does Erode lose to a Braid in a Boros deck? Are you choosing between Erode and a Braid? Or are you just playing both? Like, or neither? I think that's the place where the decisions will happen. You do think that hitting Planeswalkers is good when invariably in 3-ish years Wizards decides that the Planeswalkers are all going to be commanders? I am sad because they will, even though they should not. But we have been shown that, like, remember when we had a commander panel and they kind of didn't ever do anything? And people complained about that fact, but secretly in my head, I'm like, this is good, actually. I liked a conservative rules panel that didn't make a decision unless they were absolutely forced to. I rather liked that because they had a good thing going, so why rock the boat? And as soon as it entered into WotC's hands, basically the second thing they did was spaceship vehicles can now be your commander. Because we're releasing a spaceship vehicle set and we don't think it'll sell very well, so we want the commander players to buy it. Instantly did the thing that we didn't want them to do, which is make decisions 100% based on selling crap instead of what's good for the format. And change ancient long-standing rules that shouldn't have been fucked with immediately, right? And now, how many spaceship commanders do people actually play with? Very few. But it hurt. It didn't help anything. It weakened the rules of Commander another notch off of them, right? It made it that much easier that as soon as we're getting a bunch of planes, you know, the next big Planeswalker set is going to come with the Planeswalker Commander rule change. It just will. The spaceship thing was a test. It was a test to see if people were mad, and they weren't mad. And so we'll do it. And I'm sad, but hey, all right. What's wild is Wizards taking over is entirely the community's fault. Kinda, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call it the community's fault. I would call it a few random people. Like, consider an alternative world, right? Where a few psychos issue believable death threats and then they just call the FBI, as you do, and then deal with them. And then there you go. Now, that's unfair because random people who happen to be in a council deciding what magic card should be in a thing did not ask for and are not prepared to deal with credible death threats. If you're an FBI agent, you're prepared for that. Like you have, okay, this is something that could happen for the job that I asked for, right? Or if you're in the military or whatever the fuck, right? So this isn't a blame thing. Yeah, quote unquote community. Send the Pinkertons. Planeswalkers never bother you because we already have them as commanders that can be commander. Yeah, we have like 7 of them, right? That were very carefully made with commander in mind. And we already have a format where you can play planeswalkers as commanders. It's called, I can't remember what it's called. The format sucks. But, you know, whatever. You think the bans were a way to prove themselves, so to speak, after Sheldon's passing? Well, that didn't work out very well, did it? Damn, it was like Alexander the Great dies, and then we were watching the kids fight over the pie being split up. It did not go well. Who knew the load he was bearing? But hey, all right. It's all water under the bridge, I guess. It fell apart instantly. Sheldon's load. Where's the Sheldon's load secret lair? You like, yeah, what about a commander instant or a commander sorcery? Why not? We have spaceships. We're going to have planeswalkers. Why not a commander enchantment, a commander battle? Right? This is a slippery slope that I'm telling you about, right? But is it? Commander land? Can't our commander just be an emblem? Well, we've already done that with Eminence. We already did that. Yeah, I know you mean with Oathbreaker, yeah. Paradigm spell commanders. Blue Pog. Poggies. Anyway, we got off track there, but good chat. Planeswalkers will be commanders, don't worry. We just need a big commander, or we need a big planeswalker set, and then they'll make the change. There are 2 commanders, the card you pick, and you, the player. Scheming Silvertongue, 1/3 for 2, flying lifelink. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gain 2 or more life this turn, this creature becomes prepared. Okay, so you can kind of do it the first turn you play it if you're in the theme. And then you get a Sign in Blood every turn. Huh. Interesting that in this set, there's 2 ways to get a Sign in Blood every turn. You can pay 5 for it with Paradigm, or you can be in a life gain deck with Scheming Silvertongue. Kind of neat. Impractical Joke. Damage can't be prevented. Deals 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Sorcery. Damn, we've fallen far from Skullcrack. Hey, we're making creatures that have 2 paragraphs of abilities and a sorcery duct tape to them that happens every turn. Can we power creep red sorceries, please? Is it time? Trinket Mage released a video asking for planeswalkers to become commanders. I hate that. I don't like that at all. Weird how it all lines up when you think about it. Yeah. I really don't like that. What's the argument? Well, we have spaceships. We might as well have planeswalkers. Yeah, having spaceships was bullshit and wrong. In for a penny, in for a pound. We already fucked up this much. Let's make another mistake. Play Oathbreaker if you want it. I don't know. That was his argument. Was it like it's like his argument is like a straw man I would make up. I don't know. We just disagree. I think I've seen Trinket Mage's videos a few times. I didn't not like them or anything. We just disagree on that thing, that's all. He likes that 6 mana artifact that returns an artifact for 1 or 0 from your graveyard to the battlefield, so he's all right. But I don't like his Planeswalker commander take, that's all. We're going to make Bessie the Dockster's Roadster a commander. We already have Brit Bonger sitting in a chair in a room, Doctor Who. Like, why not this other bad decision? Like, okay. If you want Planeswalkers as commanders, then print Planeswalkers that say this can be your commander. We already have a solution for this. Anyway, I throw my hands up. Emil, Vastlands Roamler. Creatures controlled with 1/1 have trample. This effect, I've seen it a few times in the Final Fantasy set here and there. It's a decent effect for that type of deck. Make a fractal token where X is the number of different named lands you control. Weird, pulling in 2 directions. Okay. It's like, okay, probably not. I probably wouldn't run it even in a counter deck. I'd rather play enchantments and stuff that are harder to remove with this trample effect on it. There are better ways to get trample also. Anus Debate Moderator. 1/1 for 2. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature control, return to the battlefield, being the next end step. Being your end step, if 1 or more cards are put into exile this turn, put 1 counter on him. So he's like the blue-white dude for 3, except instead of doing it every turn, he does it once. It comes back at end of turn, which sometimes you can mess with, but I wouldn't play it in anything. Also, his wheelchair should be glowing purple. Any Khadgar enjoyers? Wisdom of Ages for 7. Return all instant sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. You have no maximum hand size. Oh, cool. It's like that land, except instead of drawing 1,000,000 cards, you return all instants and sorceries from your graveyard, and it's not a land. This probably could have been an instant if they wanted to push it. As it stands, I don't know if I want to tap this much on my own turn to do such a thing. If you're in green, you can return all of them, but that's just a Simic thing. I give it a meh. And it's actually kind of down on the list of cards that kind of draw 1,000,000 if you have Omniscience out. So you might not even play it with Omniscience. Grave Research Lure, 3/3 for 3, Troll Warlock. Beginning of your upkeep, Surveil. If there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, it is prepared. And then you get to reanimate. This is kind of cool. You probably play this card in Reanimator Commander. Obviously, it only turns on in your upkeep, but it helps itself turn. It's like a self-impose or a self-referential combo, like it surveils at least to help turn it on. And it does so every upkeep. This is a playable card in Reanimator theme. Pretty decent. Not like great, but pretty decent. It's self-contained. It does it all. It does all of the things on the one card. You have to listen to the chuds who don't even play WoW at your local game store about Khadgar. Can't wait for this to come up. The worst part about that, Peepo Comfy, is that those chuds are entirely right. That storyline fucking sucks. It is stupid, and Khadgar sucks now. And it's hella stupid. So that's the worst part. The worst part is when they're completely right. Damn, I had to listen to Chuds talk about how bad the new Star Wars movie was. And the worst part was, it did fucking suck. Mika, Reader of the Ruins. 4 for 4. Oh, a cube. Pay 3. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, you may sack an artifact. If you do, copy it. Hey, another wheelchair man just got a new trick if he wants to kind of overpay for it. And that is Grenzo. Is it Grenzo or Krenko? I can't remember. The Planeswalker Goblin guy who trashed for treasures as a minus. Anyway, this could be kind of neat for him. Also, look at my librarian dude. The guns are out. He lifts at the library. Yeah, Doretti, that's it. Z Money's Experiment. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Reveal up to 2 creatures and or lands. Put the rest on the bottom. All lands tapped, all creatures in your hand. Interesting. How playable is this card? You got to get lucky to get 2 lands in the top 5. Can't put any card. It's got to be a creature if it's not a land. This is like your... This is maybe your 6th choice that you could be playing, maybe. Yeah, this is like somewhere deep in the pile, but you could potentially play it maybe. There's a lot of cards that do stuff like this. In Simic specifically, but even in green. You know, open the way style cards, stuff like that. It's explosive vegetation if you squint really hard. I mean, the explosive vegetation is obviously much better if you always want 2 land and you're okay with them being basic. It's just like you cast this late game when you no longer really want ramp and you just want to draw dudes. And is the trade-off worth it? Cool Blade Laureate. Double strike, enters prepared. Creature gets 1/0 and gains double strike. Okay. Doesn't re-prepare. Probably not great. Home Slickness. Target player draws 2 cards, tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them. At least it's an instant. But no. Arnian Deathbloom Botanist. Why is she holding the sack like that? 2 for 3. Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Nah. Garrison Excavator. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. Nah. If it was in black or white, sure, because there's a lot more cards that interact with that effect, but even then, for 4, it's a lot. That flavor text, my lovelies need meat. Oh, just like any other carnivore. Environmental Scientist. 2 for 2. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand. Nah. Not even on the battlefield? Get out of my face. I mean, Sakura Tribe Elder puts it on the battlefield. And he was in Champions of Kamigawa. Has it been long enough to power creep that guy? Guess not. 3/4 ward for 4. Repartee. When you cast an sorcery spell, targets a creature. Creature gets 1/0 and gains lifelink. Whatever. Spell costs 2 if it targets an instant or sorcery. Counter target spell. Oh. Oh, but it costs 4 normally. Ew. I looked at the text first for some reason on this one. If it costs 3 normally, this might be like a CEDH card. Like a CEDH in Glarb, maybe, since it's 4 now. Yeah, this is a maybe pile for a Glarb thing. Poisoneur's Apprentice. When this creature enters, target creature and opponent controls -4. Little tiny Chalupa for 60 card formats. Yeah, I think a lot of decks might like this card if it were 3. Only Glarb likes it at 4. Artistic Process. 5 mana sorceries, 6 creature, 2 to each. Bad. Additive Evolution. Whenever this enchantment enters, create a thing. Vigilance. Huh. Whatever. Story target creature power 3 or greater. For 3? At 2, maybe. Whenever it attacks, it becomes prepared and you get jump. Target creature gains flying. Dude, we got jump. Wow. Destroy a creature for 3. If you gain life this turn, that creature's control loses 3 life. What are we doing with black removal? Thunder Drum Soloist. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, a creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's good. If 5 or more mana is spent to cast the spell, 3 instead. Okay, yeah. We got another, like... There's a few guys who do this. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, each opponent takes 1. This one costs 2. That's great. What is the guy? I don't know. There's some fucking goblin that's good. There's a bunch of them. This is another one. That's nice. They're always looking for more of these that cost 2 or less. Lumerit's Feyvour. Great art. That's fun. When you cast this spell, copy it if you gain life this turn. 2/4. Jesus. So you gain life, you give a creature 4/8. Absolutely massive. Summoned Dromedary. Hey, all right. Fractalize. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a green and blue fractal. Power and toughness equal to X plus 1. Funny. Exile this card from graveyard. Create 2 Inklings. Neat. These are like, you discarded a card for some reason over the course of the game and you still want to... This is like a squee you have to pay for, so it's bad. And this is like kind of madness, right? It's like kind of madness. Make 2 guys. Archaic's Agony. X damage to target creature, or X number of colors, XL from the top of your library. Deal the excess damage. You can play those until the end of your next turn. When we've gotten to the uncommons and commons, so we're probably not going to find many other exciting cards. Is this all of them? Maybe not. Because some of the rares in the middle were down farther, so I'm going to just quick check some of the other sites. Target creature you control gets 0/10 until end of turn. Then it fights. That's funny. Oh, Divergent Equation. Yo, this is recall at instant speed. But it has to target instants and sorceries instead of anything. Because recall is 1 blue double X, return up to X cards. At sorcery speed, this one's instant, which means it's far more playable. But you can only target instants and sorceries. But that's fine, because that's what you probably want to do anyway. I mean, you gotta put a bunch of mana into it, but Divergent Equation is good. I would play this card, maybe. This is an interesting card. A flicker with flashback, but it's sorcery. No thanks. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, it becomes prepared. 1 or 2 creatures get 2/2. Nah. You can move counters, so there's probably a stupid combo with that, but not very good. I don't like increment. Target opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. This card's very good. It's only target opponent, so it feels like it's not a commander card. But it is very good. Blazing Fire Singer. Seething Song Lady. There she is, the Seething Songer. Enters prepared, so they want you to buy the card. You play it, and then next turn you get to Seething Song. I mean, I guess you could Seething Song on the same turn, but then you're like down 1 mana, really. I guess you get +2 spell count, I suppose. This is like okay. Yeah, this is okay. Like maybe you play this in Clive. The fact that you're down mana is a little awkward. Yeah, but if you combo with Displacer Kitten, it generates infinite red mana. That's true. Yeah, we finally broken Displacer Kitten. We found a way to do it. Yeah, the card that goes infinite with a goddamn ham sandwich. Well, here's another ham sandwich for you. Grinning Ignis just called. He's crying. Everybody leaves. Infirmary Healer enters prepared. Stream of Life. Okay, well, they're not all winners. It does synergize with the Golgari life gain stuff that they're trying to do in standard here, right? But Group Project. 2/2 Spirit, Flashback, tap 3, whatever. Flow State. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand, the rest on the bottom. If there's an instant and a sorcery card in your graveyard, instead put 2 of them in your hand and the rest on bottom. This is the worst iteration I've ever seen in my life. But it is kind of an expressive iteration. You know? The thing that kills it, I think, iteration is good because you just turn to it and get the candy. This one, you need shit in your graveyard first, which, I don't know. 2 mana, draw 2 if you jump through a few hoops and it's mid-game. Is that worth it? Could be. Could be. Arcane Omens. Target player discards X cards, X number color mana spent. Funny. Target player discards 5. Oh, shit. Discard a card, draw a card. Haste. Isn't there something like this that costs 2? Anyway, I don't like Rummage. Pest Brood Sloth. When it dies, make 2 pests. Okay. Poor guy. Primary Research. Whenever this enchantment enters, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh. How come it's a non-land permanent? I want to get my fetch land back. Fuck you. Cool art, though. And then at the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard, just turn and draw a card. It's kind of cool. 5 probably kills it. But I like the text box. I just wish this card cost 3 or something. This card would not be broken if it cost 3. Too bad. Yo, it's a knight that goes in my knight tribal deck. It's bad, so it doesn't. Oh, yeah. Fractal Anomaly. Create a fractal thing, put a counters on it where X number of cards you've drawn this turn. We have a Timmy trap for Timmies who like to draw cards. What a trap card this is. Forum Necroscribe. 5/4 for 6. When cast an in-source spell, targets creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Too many plates to spin. Living History. When it enters, create a token. Whenever you attack, creature left your graveyard this turn. 2-0. Whatever. Create 2 fractals. Put X counters on each of them. And you gain X life, or X the number of colors of mana spent to cast a spell. Bad, bad, bad. Graduation Day. Whenever you cast an instant spell, targets a creature, 1 encounter on trigger. Okay, we're just getting to standard cards. 3 less cast creatures control, total toughness 10 or greater. So it costs 2 for a 2/2. And it enters draw 2. Funny card. Draw 2 for 2, and you get a creature in big toughness. What's that Flarge thing? Flarg? I don't know. There's this blue-white guy with a huge ass, and he cares about toughness. This might find a home in one of those style decks. This creature enters prepared, flyer. When you next cast an instant or sorcery, copy it. For only 1, that's kind of cool. 5's a lot for the thing. This, you might do something with this, probably not. Doesn't get re-prepared after all. Nah, yeah, you don't get re-prepared, so you don't play this. Ward 1. 1-0 and have trample as long as you gain life this turn. It just costs to cast this. Exile 2 cards from your graveyard or pay 2. Flying Vigi. Okay. Ward 2 enters prepared. Make a thing for 5. No. Oh, it's the meme. It's the meme of the person. That's funny. Whenever you gain life for the first time, each turn becomes prepared, and each opponent loses 2 life for 1. Very tiny effect, but it happens all the time. Tablet of Discovery. Oh, another Clive card. Another Clive card. When it enters mill, you may play that this turn and add a red or 2 with instant sorcery. Cool. All right. Hey, Clive got 2 cards this set. What was my number? I think it was like as soon as they print another 6 cards for Clive, I could possibly build it. I'm just waiting for them to give more red mana symbols on Mono Rocks. Clive scale. Topiary Lectura. Increment, add the amount of green equal to the creature's power. Could go in 1/1 token decks or 1/1 counter decks, obviously, even though I don't like increment. Could either. Yeah. The Final Fantasy 14 mono red commander guy who cares about the red mana symbols in your on the battlefield for you. So it's sort of like a red chroma enchantress kind of big mana, big red sort of deck. Devotion the red, yeah. But to me, like, it has potential. It's just there haven't been enough red Mono Rocks printed yet to make him really worthwhile. And even Mono Rocks for 3 in that specific deck are okay, I think. Because he's just slow, because he's big red anyway. I mean, I'll take him for 2 if they're going to print him, but they don't like to do that. Anyway, I got a deck built up. Like, it's sort of like a Devotion to Red, where you run all the doublers, and you run a bunch of as many ramp cards as you can that have red mana symbols. Sisters of the Flame, right? Glittering Stockpile, Zookeeper, just this stuff, you know, Cursed Mirror. So that when you cast Clive, you get to discard your hand and draw like 9. And so it's a mono red, big red deck where you have a gas station in the command zone, because that's your problem as red, is you can't draw cards. And impulse draw is terrible. And so what if you could fix that? You know, and then you win with just stupid crap, right? Fanatic of Mogus, Acidic Soil, Price of Progress, right? Insurrection. the dong, you know, the actual dong, and then doublers and triplers and stuff, and just random good stuff that have red mana symbols like Seismic Assault, Sulfuric Vortex, and Power Balance. Almost played more for the red mana symbols necessarily than like what they actually do, but as long as they kind of do something, it's still good. Anyway, it's a work in progress. They haven't quite printed enough of the cards for it yet, but I'm waiting. I'm chilling on it. Dong Wo. If they print an Infinity Stone with a red mana symbol like they did with Soul Stone, would you run it in Clive or would you hate yourself too much? I would run it in Clive immediately. Yeah. I mean, I don't have the deck built or anything, but I would put it in Clive on Moxfield. Yeah, it belongs in the deck. And I would shake my fist at Wizards, and, you know, there it is. Nothing can ever stop the universes beyond. We've lost. The time to fight against it was with Walking Dead. And we tried to fight against it with Walking Dead. We tried to make our voices heard. But way too many people said, let people enjoy things. It's fine. And now we have this, right? So, and Final Fantasy made a lot of money. We'll never win against UB. It's just part of the game. And so you need to become okay with that. And so you play all the Ninja Turtle, Cowabunga, 9/11, Pizza Time cards that just have mechanics that go in your deck. And you quietly are annoyed by it, but you play the mechanics in your deck. And that's how I feel about it. Fortnitification. It's interesting you mentioned that because Magic did a Fortnite set. And ironically, the Fortnite set was done correctly because they weren't unique cards. They were pre-existing Magic cards with a different name that counted as the same card. And if that's how UB was, it would be fine. Kind of gross, but fine. So ironically, the Fortnite expansion wasn't as bad. You'll stick to making an occasional altar for them. I'm probably gonna, like, my opinion on proxies is evolved over the years. But I think we finally reached the point where if they don't give a fuck about their identity, then I shouldn't either. And if they won't print in-universe versions of the cards, I'll just draw on stuff and use those. I'm almost there. My give a shit is beginning to crack. So we'll see. Well, I'll keep you updated. Also, OJ didn't kill his wife, but he did kill the waiter. My opinion on that is evolving over time as well. For the Monocliff deck, a friend of yours made VTuber proxies of Irenis and Guild Artisan. Funny. Any other worthwhile cards here? Let's see. Being your first main phase, this creature becomes prepared. 2/0 Death Touch. Create a treasure token. Can't re-prepare it. For artifact. 4 damage creature. Exile card. Graveyard draw a card. Neat card. 03 hexproof. I think this is a functional reprint. There's already a blue card instant for 1 that gave hexproof in 03. It went in some standard blue tempo deck, I think, years ago. Can't remember the name of it. But I think this is a functional reprint of that. Dive Down. That might have been it, Irradium. Wow, what a really interesting Essence Scatter artwork. Very interesting. Huh. I wasn't prepared. Return target creature card from graveyard to your hand. 2/2 spirit. This thing is a grave sifter, except even more expensive. Bad. Right. Draw 2 for 5. No thanks. Yo, Death Touch. Tap for a green. Funny. Give him reach, though. Give him reach next time. Instant. Draw 2 for 3. Okay, you've seen the depths of depravity of white players looking at Erode and being like, this is ramp, you know? You got to see the depravity. Now look at the depravity of blue players, right? Oh, instant draw 2 for 3 at common? Oh, I might play it. I might play it. It's an instant? Efflorescence. Interesting Germanic word there. Studious first year. Enters prepared for 1, rampant growth. Nope. It's bad. We have Sakura Tribe Elder at home, and he costs an entire mana less. Be gone with you. Into the trash it goes. I like this Shattered Acolyte, though. This is good. It's kind of equivalent to I think it's a green card that has Day and Night, but this exact effect. And Day and Night is so annoying that like I won't play with it, and so it's cool to have a version of it. I mean, there's a few others that do this kind of thing, but it's nice to have another. Cathar Commando, yeah. Exile target creature for 4. Look at what black players need to mimic a fraction of white's power. Dude. This shit costs 1 in white. And it costs 4. Look at the top of his head. Jesus. I thought black was supposed to be the removal color. You guys aren't even trying. Even blue can destroy a creature for 1 at instant speed. What are you doing? Anyway, I'm done with that soapbox. Professor Delian Fall. Future Commander, probably. 5 for a 4. Gain 3 life, so he has 7. Turn he drops. Just kidding, he has 5 because you draw a card. You draw a card when he enters. Or you destroy target creature. This guy's alright. This guy's like a, I mean, if you're building a Super Friends deck, what do you look for? You look for token creation, you look for drawing cards, and you look for destroy. Or having them be removal. And he removes, and he draws. So, if you're making a 5-color Super Friends, I'd play him. It's HBO Snape, yeah, just as he was in the books. And then we got Ugly Carrot Lady again. You. Why is it a Carrot Lady? Carrot Top's wife, Mage Tower Captain. 2/2 for 2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may tap 3 untapped creatures. If you do copy it, that's a good effect. And the price is right. And you can make a lot of tokens in these colors. You don't have the best spells to copy exactly, but Aziz Ansari, Carrot Top's champion. This is a card to watch out for. You could make a commander out of this. You could do stuff with it. Berta, Wise Extrapolator. Cool. Look at the dude. This art is sick. This frog druid, look at his glasses. He's in the lotus pose. All the sight lines here, wonderful. Wonderful art, this man. Look at this man. Slans, this is like this is Glarb's accountant. Look at this guy. 1/4 for 4. Increment. Ew, they gave him the bad ability. Okay. Whenever one or more one encounters are put on it, add a mana. That's good though. And then you make a fractal if you tap out. Okay. Yeah, in a 1/1 counters deck, this thing is interesting. And the art is so cool, you kind of want to do it, you know? Bletch. Loafing Pest. 3/4 for 3. When you gain life, put a 1 counter on each pest bat, insect, snake, and spider you control. It's actually kind of good, this thing. Yeah. This thing's actually kind of decent. Swarmyard stonks. Nida. Forum Conciliator. Pardon me. 2/3 for 3. Grandma. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a 1 counter on it. Okay. Nice. In the wrong colors for that, that's for sure. Well, no, black has plenty of those. Black has a decent amount of those. White does not. But second other creature, exile target instant sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. Cast this. Okay, so she does her own thing. So that's in addition to the black cards that do that, she does that. Interesting. This is fun. You could build a fun deck out of her. Oh, it's the dude. It's that guy. Zafai. He's here. And the Tempests. 5/7 for 7. Unplayably expensive in those colors. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an instant or a spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. Okay. Hey, do you ever wish that Expropriate cost 7? Well, now it does. Cast him, immediately expropriate. Hell yeah. Game Awards Flute Man. Cauldron of Essence. For 3. Whenever a creature you control dies, everybody loses 1, you gain 1. 3 tap, sack a creature, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate as a sorcery. No fun allowed. It's still good though. This is a good card. Pay 3, sack a creature, get a creature. That's good. This will find a home in places, that's for sure. Yeah, no finality bullshit. No exile it, create a token. Just return it. Hot swap. It's sad that it's a sorcery, but hey, all right. Still good. Dina's Guidance. Search your library for a creature, reveal it, put it in your hand, or graveyard, then shuffle. 3 is more than I want to pay for that effect. But, man, I wish this was a mythic rare and it cost 2. But I guess it's still an instant, so I should feel lucky to even have seen a card like this, right? It's rare for them to make instants and sorceries this good anymore. So, hey, all right. It's kind of nice. Fix what's broken. There's a cost to cast it, pay X life, return each artifact, creature card, mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card's really good. Really good card. You'll love to see it. Also, callback artwork to Sunscape Master. I think I posted about it in Discord. Look at this shit. Absolute callback to Sunscape Master. Can you see it? Do you see it? Dude, there it is, dude. Dude, this guy casting the spell. You're gay. You're turning gay. Oh, shit. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Boy, that guy. I will never forget that artwork. Not or less, it's just X. Oh, yeah, I probably misread it. It is just X. It is still really good. It's not crazy. X or less would be crazy. Vicious Rivalry. Additional cost to cast it, pay X life. This one is X or less. Destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X. Look. What's the name of that fucking card? Hold up. What's the name of that card? I really like Culling Ritual. Culling Ritual is a great card. I love it. Did I want a second Culling Ritual that's a little worse? Actually, yeah. I would take a second Culling Ritual that's a little worse. Hell yeah. And by a little worse, I mean a lot worse. And by hell yeah, I mean probably. Look, we're tempering our expectations here. Moment of Reckoning. Choose up to HeyWoah. You may choose the same mode more than once for 7. Cool art. Look, it's all the friends. All the friends are casting. Destroy target non-land permanent 4 times. Or return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card's great. Big fan. That's fun. You know, in some big mana, 5-color Fist of Suns thing. Joda kind of thing. All right. Tap 5, destroy 4 non-land permanents. That's cool. Geometer's Arthropod. When you cast a spell with X and its mana cost at the top X, put one of them in your hand, rest on the bottom. Real shit. This goes in MLK. What is her name? Martha Lucius Kane or whatever. Possibly in the Sultai Hydra tribal, like tap 2 mana commander guy. This is a good card. Slides right in. Martin Luther King. I mean, that's what we call it, but it's like Meritus Lucius Kane from 40k. Tamir X-Spells tribal. Like X-Spell tribal? Hell yeah. This shit's sick. I have a cream. Bald. Mind into matter. Draw X, then you may put a permanent mana value X or less from your hand on the battlefield tapped. Ooh. Yes. Check, please. Yes, sir. I mean, it's tapped, so you can't block with it, but hell yeah. Day 1 buy. Day 1 buy. I'm in. There isn't even a way that I could pretend like it should have been an instant. A man can only dream. All right, you got to put that creature out or whatever. Have a ley line or something. Dude, Growth Spiral had a growth spurt. Big spiral. You love to see it. Day 1 buy. Applied Geometry. Create a token that's copy target non-aura permanent you control, except it's a fractal, and then put 6 counters on it. Create a big copy. Okay, so what's the grossest shit you could do? Applied Geometry targeting my Doubling Season. So you create 2 fractal Doubling Seasons, and then you put 12 1/1 counters on them. Hell yeah. It would be more. I don't think the replacement effects would be able to see it as the spell's resolving and they're freshly created, I think. But we might have to look that up. Very few things can happen while a spell's resolving like that. It is in play when it gets stuff put on it, that's true. I just don't know when it's allowed to see that kind of thing. It might be a lot of counters. Anyway, any rules experts in the chat? Arc of Hunger. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, well, let's see. It really would make 2 of them. It wouldn't make more than 2 of them, but then they're out. So then you have 3. So it would put possibly 24 on, or 48 because there's 3 of them. Would it be 48 because there's 3 of them? So instead of 6, it's 12. And then instead of 12, it's 24. And then instead of 24, it's 48. Because there's 3 doubling seasons as they're watching 6 about to be put onto a thing. So I think applied geometry on doubling season creates 2 48/48s. The casual 2 48s. Hey, any Terror of the Peaks in the chat? Wanna come look at this? Anyway, Arc of Hungor. It kills 2 players on enter. Simic needed it. Look. It's a sorcery. It sucks, right, Simic? Anyway, Arc of Hunger for 4. What does Boros get for 4? Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, this artifact deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. So you have to do a million iterations of 1 over and over to kill people if your graveyard is full. Middle card, you can play a card that turn. Yeah. Like they're trying to make Impulse Draw good, but it's just not. Yeah, I know this works with Funny Elephant Man. Maybe there's enough cute minor combos with Funny Elephant Man that this thing is good. I don't know. Suspend Aggression. Exile target non-land permanent and the top card of your library. For each of those cards, its owner may play it until the end of their next turn. Huh. It's like a hyper situational, impossible to determine whether it's good or not card. Which means typically I don't play it. We finally broke Delve. Not really. Because if you delve 8 cards, it's still just 1. It's 1 damage. It doesn't solve the problem, but you draw a card. Wow. Splatter technique. It's funny that you're throwing the whale from MGSV at people. Draw 4 or deals 4 to each creature and planeswalker. Sorcery. Nah. I guess they want you to be copying all of your sorceries 5 times every time you cast them, in which case that's cool. But then it kills all your little shitty marmots that double all your spells, which you don't want. Dramatic Critique. X damage to any target, draw 2 cards, then discard. Meh. The artist should suffer for their craft, not the audience. Bop, 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 bop. Resonating Lewd. For 4, lands you control have tap, add 2. Spend it only, cast instant and sorcery spells. Huh. Draw a card, activate only if you have 7 or more cards in your hand. Sure. Sure, dude. This doesn't like screw you because your lands still have the normal tap thing if you want. It's funny. You know, this is a funny card. Could be played. Could see play. Color Storm Stallion. 3/3 for 3, ward 1 haste. Whenever you cast this sorcery, a creature gets 1/1. If 5 or more, create a token that's a copy of this creature. Okay. So if you cast a spell for 5, it makes a copy of itself. And then if you cast another spell for 5, you get 2 copies. And then if you cast another spell for 5, you get 4 copies. Oh, fuck. And they're all getting 1/1 until end of turn. Okay. Cool. Standard bulk. I mean, to me, I look at this card and it seems like they're really overtly trying, maybe too overtly trying to make a card that's good for 60 card with the first half of its text box, and also does something in Commander for the second half of its text box. I don't know how I feel about it. It sucks in Commander though, so hey, all right. Maybe it like becomes a finisher in Standard, and then whatever. Conciliator's Duelist for Kaya's Wrath of God mana for 3. Whenever it enters, draw a card. Hey, nice. I like it already. Whenever you cast a sorcery, it targets a creature, exile up to 1 target creature. Return it to the battlefield and its own. Okay. Hold on. So, duel. You look huge. So you're telling me on turn 4 or whatever, if you have a Arcane Signet, you're like, I cast the Duelist. I get a 4/3. I draw a card. Everybody loses a life. And then I Swords to Plowshares your creature and flicker Duelist and draw a card. Very interesting. Now you got to be hella into black-white. But that's a loop. I kind of like that loop. And I mean, if you got a Sun Titan or a Rune Scarred Demon or whatever the fuck, that's cool too to flicker. Interesting. I don't say this a lot. Because they do it a lot, but if this shit was a commander, I would like it a lot. This text box, this mana cost, for once, I'm going to say this should have been a legendary creature. Please. But hey, all right. Hardened Academic. 1 for 2. Flying Haste. Discard a card. The creature gains lifelink. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put 1 counter on a creature you control. Bleh. A big ale. This ale is big. Poet Laureate. 2/3 for 3. Whenever you cast a creature spell, it becomes prepared. And then you can pay 2 to put a 1/1 counter on that creature. The most boring shit in the universe. This should have been the normal thing. This should have been the commander. You fucked up. Kirol, history buff. Dude, history buff. He's buff. He like history. 2/3 for 2. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, it becomes prepared. Dude, he packs a punch. Mill, put 2 counters on target creature. It gains haste. Ew. Ew. Hey, go back to class. You got some more reading to do. Look at all of these words, and none of them are draw a card. Go back to school. Not even haste. Lewin exchange student. 3/4 for 4. Enters prepared. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Becomes prepared. Pest friend. Make a thing. Okay. So you like Hermit Druid, 23 cards in your graveyard. And then you exile each of those creatures 1 at a time. And tap all of your land and play a Guy's Cradle halfway through. To have exiled a whole bunch of cards from your graveyard after filling it up and paying 15. And now you have like 11 1/1 pest tokens. Wow. Why? Why'd you do all that? Why'd you do all those things? Dragged CJ onto BattleNet. You think you may be grinding StarCraft too much. Look, Everybody has their game. They just keep going back to because it's the best shit ever. You know? For you, it might be StarCraft. For me, Diablo II. For somebody else, it might be RuneScape. The poor bastard. Anyway, enjoy what you like. The true mistake was making half of Golgari be make a 1/1 token and jerk off to pass the turn. Yeah. Dude, someday we'll get another good Golgari commander. One of these days. Sanar, Unfinished Genius, 04 for 2. Enters prepared. Create a treasure token, activate only if you cast a source spell this turn. Search your library for an instant or sorcery, reveal it for 5 sorcery. Ew. You could, 5. What is this inflation? Look, you could make a pretty. I've never succeeded at doing this, okay? But in my head, I'm like, you could make a bracket 2 Izzet deck, right? Some shit like low power on purpose, bracket 2. Turn 2, play this guy. You get a treasure token every turn because you're casting a, some treasure, some discard draw, create a treasure thing every turn. You're making extra treasures. Eventually, you tutor for your $10 card that you have one of. I don't know. Am I reaching too hard on this one? Saz Tam, Observant Sequencer, 4/3 for 4. Landfall, prepared. Okay, well, we found the easiest creature to get prepared ever. And then Deep Sight. Draw a card, gain a life. Damn, they didn't even have the guts. To say put a land from your hand on the battlefield. Look at what Simic players complain about. Not good enough. Nice try, kid. You gotta reach all the way inside your opponent's pocket and pull out their wallet untapped before I even roll out of bed in the morning. Silver Quill Charm. Counters on a creature, exile creature power 2 or less. Okay, Charm's bad. Prismatic Charm. Surveil 2 draw. Deals 1 to each of 1 or 2. Return not bad. You may sack a permanent if you do draw 2 cards. Gain 5 life. Destroy an online permanent bad. Okay. Looks like these charms are balanced for draft or standard or something. Lorehold Charm. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of their choice. That's okay. Return target artifact or creature card amount value 2 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. It's okay. Go one. This is like kind of okay, but you wouldn't play it. Quandrix Charm. Counterless to pay 2, destroy an enchantment. Target creature is 5/5. Yeah, so the charms are not good, but not exactly Rakdos Charm in here. Storing Honormancer. Look at this mana cost. Dude, this is the mana cost of like a fake card made by someone trying to make a real card. What is this shit? 4/5 for custom card mana. When this creature enters, look at the top X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Put 1 into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Blech. Nah. Scolding Administrator. Look at him, he's furious. 2 for 2. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, it targets a creature, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Not that creature, but this one. When it dies, move the counters. Meh. It's going in the book of grudges. Killian's Confidence. 1/1, draw a card. Whenever one or more creatures control deal combat damage to a player, you can pay 1. If you do, return this card from your graveyard. Oh, cool. This is like that Green Knight except the Orzhov version of just if you feel like paying 2 every turn, you get to draw a card every turn. Kinda. Dude, Snooping Page, the Pog face. Instant sorcery targets a creature. This creature can't be blocked. Whenever it deals damage, draw a card each turn. Yeah, okay. Growth Curve. Huh? Put one counter on target creature control, then double the number of counters on it. Okay. Big. Social Snub. Oh. Whenever you cast this creature while you control the creature, you may copy this spell. Okay. Each player sacks a creature. Okay, but then you lose those creatures because it's each player, not each opponent. This was almost a cool spell. Colossus of the Blood Ape. 6/6 for 6. When it enters, it deals 3 to each opponent and you gain 3 life. When it dies, discard any cards, draw them any +1. Hey, we got a new Titan, kind of, for poor Boros. It does some stuff. I would rather it hit my opponent's creatures than their face, but that's fine. Draw that many +1. Yeah, you might play this in some Boros decks, like Balloon Man or something. We're out here bullying white women. Nice. Well, on some of them. On other ones, the implications are a bit more problematic. Where is it? On some other ones, I don't know if they were thinking about the implications quite. But hey, all right. They didn't mean anything by it. Fractal Tender. Ward increment at the beginning of each end step. If you put a counter on it, create a thing and put counters on it. Nah. Practice Scrollsmith. Look at him. He's going to throw it. 3/2 for 3 with a weird mana again. Exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard until your next turn you may cast it. Okay, this is the closest Boros has or probably will ever get to Eternal Witness, right? We wanted to see if we could make Eternal Witness in Boros. This is an interesting card. Hey, put a pin in this thing. Remember this. It's going to be really hard to search for. And it probably won't show up in a lot of different searches. But this is interesting. It's kind of like sad that it's interesting in these colors, but I think in these colors it is interesting to almost kind of have a Eternal Witness. Borrowed Knowledge. Discard your hand, then draw cards equal to the number of cards target opponent's hand. Let's go. We solved it. We fixed the problem. Okay. Who says Boros can't draw cards? All you have to do is tap out on turn 5, discard your entire hand, and target the Simic opponent, and then draw 12. It's that easy. It's just that easy. Here it is. Yeah, we make it look easy. Rapturous Moment. Draw 3, then discard 2. Add. Okay, so this is the most like storm enabling glue ever. All you need is 1 copy. Like 1 Magecraft, whenever you cast a thing, copy it. And we are going to the moon. Tap 6. Make 10. Draw 6. Discard 4. Yep, we're storming off. It's happening. Yeah, it just does it all. Spectacular Sky Whale. When we cast instant sorcery spell, This creature gets Oath 3-0. If 5 or more mana was spent, put counters on it. Bad. Teacher's Pest. Funny, like Teacher's Pet, but the opposite. When this creature attacks, gain a life, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay. Dude, Cuboid Colony. Love the name. Love the art. The Cube of Bees. Dude, I love the name. Love the art. Love the mana cost. Love flash. Love flying. And then it just has increment. What a waste. Terrible. I'm so sad. This could have been something funny and cool. This should have been like a Strix. Instead, it's just like name funny, art funny, and then just a waste. I'm devastated. Dude, Cuboid, and then it's a cube of bees. Oh, it's so cool. If only the text box had anything in it. Bee without death touch. I know. It should have been flash flying death touch. Enters, draw a card. Should just literally Baleful Strix. And this would have been the hottest shit ever. Or it's a, you know, the bear commander that gives all the vanilla 2/2s something, and that's a bear, right? And so it's a commander of that type of thing. This should have been the Cuboid Lord for creatures whose power and toughness are each equal to its mana value, right? So 3/3s for 3, 4/4s for 4, 5/5s for 5, so on and so forth. It should have been like a little Cuboid Lord. Cube Lord. But no. Molten Note, she's slurping the lava. Poros X. Molten Note deals damage to our creature equal to the amount of mana spent to cast a spell. Untap all creatures you control. Flashback 8. Is it weird that I think this card is more useful if you cast it for exactly 2 and just untap all creatures you control? Maybe not in these colors. Maybe in Naya. But you can, you know, you can kill somebody's 1/1 with it and still untap all creatures you control and have fun. This is an interesting card. Yeah, Histar. I believe, don't quote me, but I think this is all of it. This is the whole Strixhaven spoiler, I think. And we've been going over it for a few hours. Old Growth Educator. What do we got? 4/4 for 4. Vigilance Reach. When it enters, put 2 if you gained. Okay, so it's a 6/6. Vigilance Reach if you gain life this turn. Stress Dream. Instant. 5 damage to up to 1 target creature. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put 1 in your hand and the other on the bottom. It's a minor amount of card draw. I guess the damage, yeah, it's more for other formats. Paradox Surveyor. Again with the custom card mana value. When it enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land or a card with X. Put in your hand, the rest on the bottom. This is like a maybe. I mean, X-Spell Tribal, I suppose. But if you're in X-Spell Tribal, then you're fucking slamming Geometer's Arthropod. And not so much this guy. Abstract Paint Mage. In your first main phase, add 2. Spend it only casting. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you could play that. Izzet decks may play that. Essence Knit Scholar. When it enters, create a thing. Being your end step, if a creature died, draw a card. Okay. Interesting. These are like budget cards for the popular stratagem of their color combo. You know? These seems like that's what these are. Let's make 15-cent versions of cards that are popular in the popular archetype of these colors, I guess. Mind Ruettes. 3. Target player discards 2. Put up to 1 land card discarded this way onto the battlefield tapped under control. What a cool spell. I love this spell. This is a cool spell. I like it. It's not really a commander card necessarily, but I like it. You know, Mind Rot with upside that actually ramps if your opponent does what they usually do, which is discard lands. Very interesting. Cool card. Proctor's Gaze. Return up to 1 target online permanent to his owner's hand. Search your library for a basic land. Put it. Oh, cool. So this is like Death Reap or whatever it's called. There's this Golgari instant for 4 that destroys target creature and ramps you. And so now we have Proctor's Gaze, which bounces a creature and ramps you. So you have a card that basically should cost 2, and then you add 2 to it and put Rampant Growth on there as an instant. That's kind of neat. Staple Chain of Vapor to Rampant Growth. What's the fucking card that I'm thinking of? Death Sprout. Destroy target creature and then search for a basic as an instant. So it reminds me of Death Sprout. It's obviously worse, but because it's target non-land permanent, it's not like target non-land permanent and opponent controls. So, you know, Proctor's Gaze to bounce your One Ring and Rampant Growth and then untap and recast the One Ring. Like, you got some funny plays you can do. You have a funny play or two with it. Root Manip. Till end of turn, creatures you control get kind of large and then gain menace. And when they attack in, no. Startled Relic Sloth. It's afraid. Trample lifelink 4/4 for 4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. That's cool. It's sort of like reminds me of like a Jotun Grunt a little bit, where it's just this beater. It's like a decently statted beater with some text that accidentally screws over graveyards a little bit. Cards that incidentally hurt graveyard strategies that are also like kind of decent are pretty cool. I'm thinking obviously more for 60 card, but for 60 card 4 is probably too much. Still, it's the type of card that's neat. Vibrant Outburst. Oh, this guy's playing against Tzeentch. Fighting the horrors. 2 instant, deals 3 to any target, tap up to 1 target creature. Potential like super blowout and limited. I'll show you a colorful insult. Yeah. Embrace the Paradox. Instant for 5. Draw 3. You can put a land from your hand on the battlefield tapped. Oh, big. If you were playing that 5 mana sorcery, draw 3, you can play an additional land this turn, and you weren't because no one was, but you probably used to be 10 years ago in Simic, we got an upgrade. We have an upgrade at last. This shit is great. You love to see it. Parenthetical me. Good shit. Nice. See, it was worth looking at even the commons. Imperious Incomage. Just Surveil. Okay. Pursue the past. Gain 2. Discard. Oh yeah, the reprint. Saw some play in Modern, I think, for a while. Render Speechless. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. They discard and then put 2 counters on a creature. 2 very different things happening on this card. Stadium Title Mage. Dude, look at him. He's the toothpaste man. This guy is ready to brush. Whenever it enters or attacks, draw a card. If you do, discard. Boo. Visionary Dance. Huge sorcery. Create 2 stuff, and then discard it to look at the top 2, put 1 in your hand, the other in the graveyard. No. Wilt in the Heat. 2 less if one or more cards left your graveyard this turn. Yeah, they're trying to make that work. 5 damage to a creature. If it would die, exile instead. Terrafractyl. See, look at that. They're getting creative. You love to see it. Enters with counters. When it enters, you gain 2 life. Searching for draw a card. Draw a card not found. Bad card. Bogwater Lumerette. Whenever it or another creature you control enters, you gain a life. Whatever. Elemental Mascot. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, if a creature gets 1/0, 5 or more, exile top card. Play it until the night. Okay. Fractal Mascot. Put target creature and opponent controls stun counter and tap it. Okay. Destroy target artifact or creature. Gain 1 life sorcery. Inkling Mascot. Drawn right after someone played Expedition 33 and it out. 2/2 for 2. When you cast an instant spell, targets a creature. Creature gains flying. Surveil. Neat. Pet Mascot and Spirit Mascot. Now we get to the colorless cards. The Dawning Archaic. 10 mana, 7/7. Costs 1 less for each instant sorcery in your graveyard, so maybe 0. With Reach. Whenever it attacks, it may cast target instant sorcery from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. I mean, neat, but nah. Together is 1. Draws X. Deals X. Gain X. Where X the amount of colors spent to cast it, and it costs 6. Why? This card should cost 5. I'm mad. Also, this is the potentially the most brutal deflecting SWAT in the universe. Like, this is a big deflecto. Why does a 10 mana card exile the thing it casts? Dude, I don't know. I want to keep it there. Strixhaven Sky Coach. 3/2 for 3. When it enters, you may search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand. It's trash. Sundering Archaic. Oh, we had Wandering Archaic. Now we get Sundering Archaic. 3/3 for 6. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls the mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this creature. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Weird. Grenzo enjoyers, but 6 is too much. I think weird and bad. Transcendent Archaic. 6/6 for 7. When it enters, you may draw X, where X is the number of colors spent to cast it. If you draw 1 or more cards this way, discard 2. 2 cards. Blech. Diary of Dreamu. Put a page counter on it when you cast it as a sorcery. 5 dark card. Costs 1 less to activate for each page counter on it. Neat. Neat. So if you cast 5, then it's tap, draw a card. Takes too long. Page Loose Leaf. Discard another card named Page Loose Leaf. Reveal cards at the top of your library until you reveal an instant sorcery. Put it in your hand. Rest. Okay. Mage Tower Referee. Do 1 for 2. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, put a counter on it. Blah. Mono Rock for 3. Gain 2 life. Whatever. Biblioplex Tomb Keepler. 3/4 for 4. When it enters, choose 1. Target creature becomes prepared. Okay, so we're re-preparing. I think there's a land that re-prepares too. Unprepared. Oh, shit. Rancorous Archaic. 2/2 for 5. Creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each color mana spent to cast it. Okay, so we had Wandering Archaic, and that card was very interesting. It copied spells unless they paid 2. And now we have a bunch more Archaics, and they're all terrible. Enters tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. We're finishing the cycle. Or not finishing the cycle. We're giving it new art that looks cool, including Sundowner Pass. We're finishing the cycle down here, elsewhere. Great Hall of the Biblioplex. Pay a life, add a mana, instant sorcery. If it's not a creature, becomes 1. Whatever. Petrified Hamlet. A lot of people talked about this card. It doesn't exactly do what you want it to do. When it enters, choose a land card name. Activated abilities or sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Lands of the chosen name have tap, add a colorless, so you can't land screw people with this by naming fetches. And you also can't stop arena, the haste arena. It's actually, I think, a mana ability. This is not what you want. Like, if you're thinking that you want to play this card, you're probably wrong. Unless you are Tron or like Cloud Post in Legacy or something, and you're just going to name Wasteland with it. Then it might be kind of good. Like, I'd play this in... If you could teleport, if you could go back in time, I would play this in Cloud Post and Legacy probably. I would play it in Tron maybe. Probably not Tron. But if you're in a Wasteland format, Petrified Hamlet is decent if you're all in on lands. But that, to me, that's narrow. But you can stop Field of the Dead? You cannot, because it only stops activated abilities, and Field of the Dead is a triggered ability. And also, Field of the Dead is just not good enough to really warrant trying to stop. It's hella slow. Like, I don't really see what people's problem with it is. Dank Depths now gives mana. Let's go. It doesn't stop Dark Depths either. It stops Thespian Stage if they don't have a Thespian Stage out already. But if they do, then they can respond to this card by tapping Thespian Stage. No, because then you can choose the new land name. Never mind. Okay, I think it does stop Thespian Stage. It buffs Tabernacle. Name Tabernacle, get Tabernacle to tap for mana, yeah. Adventurer's Guildhouse, the cycle of of lands and legends that give banding to other legends of those colors and don't tap for mana. Now they do. Although Urborg does that, so. And Yavimaya. Skycoach Waypoint. Creature becomes prepared. Okay, so we're preparing. Another Terramorphic Expanse. Don't ever play this card. Okay? You are worth more than this card. Don't ever play it. You as a person, you're just worth more than playing Terramorphic Expanse. Oh, what about Landfall? Even in a Landfall deck. Here we got these absolutely awful tapped lands that you tap 5 mana to Surveil 1. And they have the coolest fucking art ever. Look at this art. The art for these lands is so good. And they're trapped on the worst lands I've ever seen. Holy, very sad. Very sad indeed. And then we got the Emeritus Man, drawn by Mark Poole. With no text. Funny. Oh, and this actually is all the cards because the reason that these were different lengths, I think, is because they put all the dual cards down here, maybe. So hey, all right. This set is very creative and interesting and cool. It's a Magic set. I like it. A bunch of decent cards. Nothing that's just like patently absurd as far as power is concerned, really. Which is nice to see every once in a while. Are you looking at the commander cards at all? What do you mean? Are there commander cards we didn't see here? Like this? Like these? Oh, they didn't appear here. Because I don't recognize any of those. Okay, we got more. We got more to do. Put some coffee on. I'm getting a drink, and we'll do all the commander ones.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to
the cream?
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup soup. And you thought cup soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
And so will he. Are back. Commander cards. Let's check them out. We get a cycle of tapped unless your opponent controls 8 or more lands. In other words, tapped unless you're playing against HeyWoah. These are great because they have the land types. All right, mountain plains. Can I do this? They're smaller, but chat isn't in front of them. How about that? Let's compromise. It's on the Mythic Spoil page. The commander is below the showcase section and above the Mystic Arc. Oh, okay. All right. So it's below this, below this, below these, below these, and these. Okay. And then above the special guests. I mean, we're already here, so we'll do this. Let's do these. Anyway, I really like these because they have the land types. You get to search for them with your fetch lands. It's good for Valakut. It's good for Emeria. You know, any additional technically mountains you can be playing that are also duals or plains respectively are good. And, you know, turn 4 or something, they naturally come out untapped, which is okay. I would probably not play them unless I was doing a Valakut, Emeria, land types matter thing, probably. But still, it's very nice to round out that kind of thing. Spirit of Resilience. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, this creature becomes a copy of an artifact or creature from among those cards. 2 random. Card left your graveyard, make a treasure at the end of each end step, so you can like do some funny things. Maybe this is a card they kind of printed just for Funny Elephant Man, I think. Nactamen Lore Spindler. Beginning your upkeep, if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, it's commander, so that will never happen. Becomes prepared, and Wheel of Fortune. Nope. It's bad. Fateful Tempest. Starting with you, each player votes for past or present. You mill a card for each past vote, and Fateful Tempest deals damage to each opponent equal to the total mana value cards milled this way. Exile the top card of your library for each present. Until end of your turn, you may play the exiled cards. Okay. Advanced Reconstruction. Beginning your first main mill card, then exile a card from your graveyard at random. You may play the exiled card this turn. I actually hate what they've done to my boy, the color red. I hate this. Oh my God, what have they done to my boy? one or fewer cards in hand, and later Wheel of Fortune, and everybody votes and something happens, and maybe you can temporarily do something, I guess. And mill a card at random and then get rid of it, and then, hey, you can play it later. Fuck you. Just fuck you. It's impulsive. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, impulsive doesn't mean like. All right, I'm chilling. Does it not have the face commanders on it? I mean, you probably get to them eventually, maybe. I'm not sure. Should we be back on this one? Should we just be on this one? Let's do commander. Let's do that. They're at the bottom. What? I mean, we'll go by color, all right? Dina Essence Bruler. Whenever you sack a creature, draw a card. It triggers only once each turn. Sack a creature, you get a life and put big counters on stuff. Okay. For only 3/2, that's all right. It says draw a card, that's cool. And you gain life and make something big. This is an interesting, well, I hesitate to say interesting, but it's a Golgari commander. Gorma the Gullet. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a counter on it. Non-token creatures you control enter with an additional 1 counter on them for each creature that died under your control this turn. That's funny. So if you sacrifice a whole bunch of creatures and then make some, they get monstrous. Eccentric Pest Finder. Each end step, if you gain life this turn, it becomes prepared. Turn stones. For each opponent, you create a pest. Okay. Oh, but this one is the other. This is the old pest. It's not the new pest. When this token dies, you gain a life. So this one makes the old pests. And so there's now 2 different types of pests in the same set. That's bad, but okay. It's cool that you make 3 tokens for only 2 mana. This thing is cool. Neat thing. I wish these 2 were switched. Immortal Bargain. There's a cost to cast it. Sack X creatures. Destroy X target non-land permanents. Cool. Any Field of the Dead enjoyers? Any pest sacrificers? It's a pity it's destroy and target, but hey, alright, it's Golgari, you gotta. Stensian Sanguinist. Vampire GF spotted. Whenever you attack, target creature gains Death Touch. Oh, not with this creature, though. It's like whenever you attack with anything. Whenever the creature deals combat damage to a player, this combat becomes prepared. And then Exsanguinate forever. Cool. I think you could definitely find a deck for this. Simply attack like some even like ninja shit, right? Like ninjutsu stuff, flying fairy stuff, unblockable stuff. Exsanguinate on a stick. You don't have to wait turn cycles, you just play it and then swing, and then post combat you can do the thing. Cool. I kind of like her. Merchant of Venom. ETB, each player sacks a creature. Whenever player sacks a permanent, put a counter on this. Nah. Defiling Damogoth. 5/4 for 5 minutes. Whenever a creature control deals combat damage to a player, you gain a life. In your end step, each opponent loses X life for X the amount of life you gain this turn. That's a good paragraph. That's a strong paragraph in a life gain deck. 5's a 5 is fine, I guess, for a effect this good, maybe. It's each opponent loses, too. Any life doublers in the chat? Ominous Harvest. Gravestorm. When you cast it, copy it for each permanent put into a graveyard from the battlefield. We finally got Gravestorm back. Target player draws a card and loses a life. Funny. That's funny. So, if you want to lose a whole bunch of life, but be in a good position, Toxic Deluge, Ominous Harvest. You will be losing some life, but everything's dead and you drew a lot of cards. That's cool. Cool card. Pest Rescuer. Beginning of each upkeep, if you don't control a pest, make a pest. If you would gain life, you gain them on the side. Cool. So this is the Snake Charmer lady. There's the 2/2 for 3 black lady that makes a Death Touch snake each upkeep. And so this is the worse version of that. Ophiomancer. This is the much worse version of it. Because it doesn't have Death Touch. But it's a neat twist on it. Rib Truss Roastler. 3/3 for 5, Devour 1. With new World of Warcraft art. Where's the camera in his hands? At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 pests equal to the number of 1 encounters on this creature. They have, yeah, whatever. Feral Appetite. Attacking pests get 1/0 and have Death Touch. Oh, we gave it Death Touch just with another card. Target card from a graveyard if a creature make a pest. Okay. And then Turbulent Fen. So we got Dina's okay. Pest Finder is kind of interesting for just creating stuff. Mortal Bargain's pretty good. Sanguinist pretty good. Demagoth in the right type of deck is pretty good. Ominous Harvest in the right type of deck is pretty good. The rest is trash. Killian, Decisive Mentor. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, tap up to 1 target creature and goad it. Whenever one or more creatures that are enchanted by an aura you control attack, draw a card. Cool. This is interesting. You can obviously, besides just playing all the goad enchantments, you can also put Spirit Link on stuff or just buff your own guys and then go to other people's stuff, draw some cards. Interesting deck, actually. Interesting commander. And the price is right at 3. Scriv the Obligator, Flying Death Touch. Whenever it enters or attacks, create an aura. Named Contract attached to target creature and opponent controls. The token has enchant creature, and whenever enchanted creature attacks, 2/0. If it's attacking one of your opponents. Otherwise, its control loses 2 life. Don't like it. I know it synergizes with this guy. Don't like it. Defecating Dusk Mage with a Chiba head. 2/2 for 2, Death Touch. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, this creature becomes prepared, and you get to draw 2. Each player loses 2 life. This is like... This thing goes directly into Y'shtola. Please. Yep, this is a Y'shtola card. Agonjo. Dynastorian. 2/3 for 3, Vigilance. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, it becomes prepared. Return all enchantment cards. Damn. Oh, this one. This card, I'm fucking mad. Replenish costs $300. And this is awkward to me. Because it's pulling you in 2 different directions. If you want Replenish, you're probably on Enchantress of some sort. But to unlock Replenish, you have to be attacking with 2 or more creatures. And have this thing out. And this thing doesn't do anything with your enchantments at all in your deck. And so it's like, when do you usually want to replenish? Right after somebody cast Farewell or something. What don't you have? Creatures. It's weird. It's pulling you in two different directions. I don't like it. Maybe you have to find a way for it to work anyway. Yeah, I know you get Sigil of the Empty Throne. You might have tokens. But after someone does some kind of board wipe that takes all of your enchantments from you, you probably don't have any creatures left either. I don't know. It's awkward. Forum Filibuster. Beginning your upkeep, create a 2/1 white and black Inkling token. When you do, return up to one target aura or equipment and just attach it to that. Cool. So this is like the slowest way to come back in your equipment deck from some sort of wipe, but it does do everything. It not only gives you a creature back, but it also gives you a thing back and it equips for you. So yeah, it's expensive, but whatever piece of the puzzle you're missing, it gives you it. Unlike this one. Herald of Amity. Sorry, Amity. When it enters, exile top 8 cards of your library. You may cast an aura from among them for free. Cool. Whenever it attacks, gets XX. You're like, Herald into Gigantify, or what is the Eldrazi conscription or whatever, right? Like in your head, the coolest thing. And it's like you could play this. You could play that card in certain decks. Overwhelming Splendor, the supersonic state, or just whatever obscenely expensive aura, right? Changing Loyalty. Flash Replicate. Oh, we're bringing back Replicate. When an enchant creature dies, return it to the battlefield under your control. Neat. Coercive Impetus. 1/1 and is goaded. Whenever it attacks, you draw a card, lose 1 life. Hell yeah. I'm in. Great card. For a goad deck. Intermediate Chirography. Whenever this class enters, 2/1 white and black Inkling with flying. That's actually pretty decent. This is a 2/1 flyer for 2. And that's only the first part of the whole thing. Whenever you lose life for the first time each turn, put a 1 counter on target creature you control. You give each end step if a modified creature died under your control. Make a thing. Okay, well now I like it less after reading all of it. Great art. Turbulent Moor. This is the cycle we're completing. And Umbral Expanse. There's another, yeah, we're finishing a lot of land cycles here. Quintorius, it's the funny elephant man. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, make a thing. You may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards, then mill. Spirits you control gain double strike. This is the most boring. Damn. I read this opposite. Like, I saw all the cards that care about exiling stuff from your graveyard one at a time, and I'm like, man, we're building up to Funny Elephant Man number 2. And then he's just like, yeah, you get a spirit. And like a kind of an overrun a little bit, but no trample. Damn, I was hoping for something exciting, and this is not it. The other elephant cards were funnier. This is whatever. Excava, the Risen Past, 3/3 for 4, Flying Haste. When it attacks, return up to 1 target artifact, creature, or non-aura enchantment. 1 value 3 or less in your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It's a 1/1 spirit. Okay, so this is the worst Sun Titan you've ever seen, but it has haste. Finality. Can't target a land. Blech. Gugh. Ugh. Why do you hate Why do you hate fun? Lorehold Archivist. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more artifacts and or creatures in your graveyard, it becomes prepared. Exile target artifact or creature from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it. Annoying to play with in real life. Ew. Augusta. Order returned. When it attacks, each player exiles a card from their graveyard. When 1 or more non-land cards are exiled this way, put that many counters on it. This is, again, pretty cool, like, accidental graveyard hate stuff, but nothing else it's doing is any good, so no. Ceaseless Conflict. Destroy all creatures, then create a token for each creature you control that was destroyed this way. Neat. A lot of things do this, but not quite this cheap. Notably, the creatures can be regenerated. Notably, it's a destroy effect. Vanguard of the Restless. Spirits you control get 1/1 for each time you cast your commander. Neat. Whenever a spirit you control enters, you can pay 3. If you do, return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield. It's not other spirits either. It is this one and other spirits. So that's neat. Not good though. Advanced Reconstruction. In your first main phase, mill a card, then exile a card from your graveyard at random. You may play the exiled card this turn. Oh, I already read this and got mad. Yeah. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, this class deals 2 to each opponent. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less cast. Boo. Read that, read that, read that, read that, and read that. Only 2 more. Rufa, Mastering the Moment. 3/4/4. At the beginning of combat in your turn, if you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, make a thing. With flying and haste, where it's the greatest mana value among instants and sorceries you cast this turn. So you get a big hasty guy. It's kind of neat. Definitely not good as a commander at all. But it's a thing you would put in a deck that you want to kind of hit people with when you're casting big instants and sorceries otherwise in the 99. Muddle the Ever-Changing. Muddle the Mixture. 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, Muddle becomes a copy of up to 1 target non-legendary creature you control, except it has Myriad. Okay. So you copy one of your otters with Magecraft. Whenever you copy something, copy it again. And then you swing and cast some instant during combat and copy something like 17 times. Okay, cool. Inspired Sky Painter. 2/2. When it enters and whenever 1 or more creature tokens you control deal combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. The token gains haste until end of turn, but notably it stays around. It costs 5 though. But it doesn't sack at end of turn. Interesting. I like how the people are all artists in this set. Abstract Performance for 6. Exile the top 4 cards of your library in a face-down pile, then exile the top 4 cards of your library in a face-up pile. Okay. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile in your graveyard. Look at the cards in the other pile. You may cast a spell from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest in your hand. Okay. I was prepared to put them in my hand. I didn't know you'd get to also cast one for free. Cool. That's not bad, actually. Art means copying times 10,000. Well, if it's that's what you're going to do, apparently. Durguer Focus Mage. 1/4 for 3. Instant source spells cost 2/1 less to cast. That's good. Whenever you cast an instant source spell, mana value 5 or greater from your hand, it is prepared from your hand. And then it has Brain Geyser. Now we have 2 different Brain Geysers in the game that aren't Brain Geyser. So we have Brain Geyser. Then we have Diger Focus Mage's Brain Geyser. And then we have Garth the One Eye's Brain Geyser. We have 3 geysers. Spell targets though, so you don't want it. No Swatterino. Leitmotif Composer. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Whenever you cast in Sorcery 5 or greater, create a token that's copy of this creature. Creature's name, Leitmotif, can't be blocked. Good, I was waiting for how you actually do that. Still. I don't know if I want to pay for that, though. Prismarier AI Artists, there it is. Renegade Boule, 05 for 5. Whenever you cast in Sorcery, XO. Whenever it attacks, exile to 1 target in Surfer Graveyard, copy it, cast a copy. Also trample. This is funny. Funny card. Fury Gale Flocking. 10. Oh, big spell. 1 less for each instant sorcery in graveyard. Yeah, we've been building towards this for sure. For each opponent, create 2 things. Damn, I guess I was expecting more. With 10 up here, I guess I was expecting more, but no. Prismary Penis for 3. Jin Bard. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, create a 1/1 blue and red elemental creature token. If it's 5 or greater, create 3 instead. Wow. Nope. And then land cycles. And finally, Z Money. The first spell you cast with X in its mana cost each turn costs 1 less for each 1/1 counter on her. And whenever you cast your first spell with X on it, put 2 1/1 counters on her. You don't even play this in X Spell Matters decks. Bargain bin trash. Primo the Unbound. Hey, it's Primo. He's back. 3 mana X. Enters with twice X. Whenever 1 or more creatures controlled, base power 0, deal combat damage to a player, create a fractal, put out counters on it equal to the damage dealt. I mean, yeah, okay, it has trample at least. That's real fucking primo, dude. At least it has trample, and it makes stuff. You might play this in X Spell Matters decks, actually. Maybe. Not her, but maybe him. Striding Shot Kala. 04 for 2. Reach. Whenever 1 or more creatures control deal combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. Run the play. 1/1 on each of up to X star creatures. Those creatures gain flying. Draw a card. I guess technically, okay, so what you do is, whenever 1 or more creatures deal combat damage to a player, you pay 2 and draw a card. That's what you do. So the first time you do it, it costs as much as Coastal Piracy. And the second time you do it, it has now cost more than Coastal Piracy while drawing you fewer cards. It's bad. Expansion algorithm. Proliferate X times. Actually, proliferate decks, this is what they've been waiting for. I'm not even doing... This card is incredible. Expansion algorithm. Finally. Just proliferate X times. Finally... I think they printed this card as a mercy to people slowly losing to proliferate. Just fucking kill me already. Okay. Everybody gets a poison counter. X equals 9. Kill you. Let's just have a new game. Good. I'm very pleased. This card is going to be very popular. And I call it... Please just fucking kill me, proliferate deck. Well, not even a proliferate deck. In a poison deck, it's pretty good too. Nexus mentality. Choose one. If you control commander, choose both. Move all counters from one thing to another thing. But they both have to be you control, so I like it a lot less now. Remove all counters from a non-land permanent you control. Draw a card for each... damn. If ever a card was ruined by saying you control too many times, it's this card. If you could remove all counters from anything... Oh, oof. As it stands, I'm a lot less excited about it. Owlin Spiralmancer. Dude, who up here owlin? You owlin tonight? Whenever you cast your first spell with X, you may copy it. Okay, yeah, this goes in X spell matters. Straight in. Owlin. Lattice Library. Enters with X study counters. Enters, and whenever you cast your first spell with X, create a blah. Put a number 1 on counters on it, equal number of study counters. Okay. Maybe too much setup. Like, you can only run so many setup cards in your X Spell Matters decks, but I like the owl, though. I like the owler. Kinetic Ooze. Enters with counters. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, draw a card. If it's 10 or more, double. Yep. This is a maybe. This is in the maybe pile. Destroys up to, get to draw a card because it has Ravenous, although it's not called Ravenous, but that's what that is. That's a maybe. Nev the Practical Dean. Creatures you control counters have trample. Whenever you cast your first spell with X, put X on counters on Nev. No. I'd rather my ways of getting trample not be creatures for the most part. Unless they're Crater Hoof. Yavi Maya. Bloom Sage. Beginning your end step, put a 1 counter on target creature you control. Then if that creature has power 7 or greater, it becomes prepared. And then we have Channel. So you pay 3. End step, if you have a 6/6 or more, it gets prepared. And then it's 3 other people's turn. And then it's finally your turn again, and you untap, and you get a Channel. Nah. Brass Infiniscope. For 4, taps for 2. When you next cast a spell with X, you draw a card and gain a half X life. Oh, interesting. 4 is a lot. But if you're the kind of psycho who still plays with Thran Dynamo, then in your X Spells Matter deck, like drawing a card and getting life is kind of good. If you have a Flash Enabler, you can go off with it immediately. That is true. So if you're running Flash Enablers in your 1/1 counter deck that is also a power 7 or greater deck, that also has enough life to use it. I mean, you could do something like that. Face Commander's mostly meta. I mean, there are some very useful cards in all of them. But the Face Commanders are notably powered down. Z-Money just sucks. Primo is like a maybe in the 99 of something. Muddle creates like a grotesque, weird, niche, difficult to perform combo that you would never want to do as a commander, but maybe in the 99. Ruth is just bad. Wait, does it have haste? Yeah, okay. Could play it in the 99, but certainly not commander. This guy's boring as fuck. This is the worst Sun Titan I've ever seen. Killian is cool, and you might actually have him be a commander, perhaps. Scriv, no. Dina is like a low power Golgari thing, and Gorma is bad. So, like, you know, they're not like crazy strong commanders, but that's good. typically don't want crazy strong commanders. We want interesting commanders. Unfortunately, most of these aren't interesting either. Killian's neat. But the cards in there, very interesting cards have been printed for 99s. You know, you can't always find good commanders, right? The Myriad one is like a funny puzzle to solve, but you wouldn't use it as the commander. You would just put it in the 99 of some grotesque is-it thing. Which you're kind of running out of room for. You might have to start making decisions. Because there's so many grotesque is-it cards to play with. But you can say that about almost any color combination. Or maybe just Cynic. We'll see. Anyway, look, that was some Restraint we saw. And there's a bunch of really cool cards in the set. I like the set. It's Magic. What a Magic set. You love to see it. Sadly, I didn't find a new commander that I have to build or I'm really interested in playing, which is unfortunate. But you can't win them all. All the Japan arts are 1-to-1 with the special treatments of the other ones. Yeah, okay. I tend not to like the Japanese ones because I want, unlike in Constructed, where I liked Korean and Japanese cards, specifically because my opponents couldn't read them usually. In Commander, I really like my opponents to be able to read my cards just in case. So I usually abstain from the Japanese treatment ones, even though the art on them is often really cool. The only exception is I am playing with the Japanese Demonic Tutor because it's so sick and literally everyone knows what that card does. But I try to keep it to one because if you run too many, then it's like, I swear this is Swords to Plowshares, you know, or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of Boros staples too. Anyway, good set. Good set. I like Magic. I wish there were more Magic sets. Still on the lookout for a really badass commander that just jumps off the page and grabs me by my collar and is like, you have to build. You have to build. So I didn't quite find one this time, but we'll see about next time. The Japanese Winds of Abandon, though, dude, there's the art on so many of them are good. You're a Pauper player, so you've been eyeing very specific stuff, yeah. You're just buying the Boros Precon because there's so many staples and it's filled with them. Otherwise, you're buying singles for this set. Yeah, I mean, that's how you should always do it. Always buy singles, never buy packs. It was true 30 years ago, true 20 years ago, true 10 years ago, true today. All the dragons are really cool. You like the Silver Quill one? Yeah, as I talked about in the beginning, but Silver Quill to me is the most playable as a commander. Prismari is for funny, goofy stuff in the 99. Lorehold fits very well in the 99 of like a Jeskai deck, but he's one color short of being a good commander, I think. Quandrix is funny, but you probably just have better and even more fun options in Simic, and Witherbloom just seems bad. Like a trap, kinda. Unfortunate. Quandrix has gone in your Eshki list. Purely because it's a 6/6 for 6 that cascades, yeah. In Eshki, that's enough. That's value. You can't proc the other part ever. I mean, That's not even that big of a downside. Why are we reprinting the Power 9? Because it's not the Power 9. It's infinitely worse. So much worse even that most of them are relatively unplayable. They're just funny callbacks, but it's too on the nose. I like callbacks to famous old cards when it's stuff like Ancestral Visions. You know? Not just printing the words Ancestral Recall on an otherwise okay 5/5 guy, right? I like referential callbacks, not just printing the fucking thing on an unplayable awful red guy, you know? Or some do nothing, wait forever black creature. So these are too on the nose for me. I don't like the mechanic. I don't like prepare. I don't like duct taping instants to creatures. Creatures already have instants and sorceries duct taped to them. Such as the absurd level of power creep that creatures have gotten. Almost every creature has an entire sorcery duct taped to it already. Now we want 2? Anyway, I'm getting off my soapbox a little bit here. Anyway, it's 11 o'clock, and I haven't even eaten big dinner. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for showing up. Good set. We got some mid-highs and some mid-lows. But I like Magic sets. Good shit. Get the cream. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. See you guys Monday for content. Wow.